All right, welcome back, everybody, to another episode of D&D with the monsters.
But we should probably be appropriate channels, though, shouldn't we?
You know what, Char? You're the smart one of the group, so we're gonna move down.
Boy. I got this. Live Robus.
So, Matt, I was thinking a quick and dirty for the sprite is to give her also the fate element, just like how she has the moon element.
Sure.
And kind of like a dual class, but like dual element in a sense, the same concept. So every the level of the spirit would also get some mechanical bonus every time it increases the its amount of spirit. I thought that would be neat. We can start it at level at 0 energy again if you wanted to do it that way, or we can make it equal to what it is currently. I can use my fate powers, so I have access to the fate network, and I can actually communicate with the monster party that way. I think it'd be really neat.
It could be pretty neat.
Yeah. I don't know what the other things it would do, especially since we're putting a lot into it. But I thought that would be a neat little way to start it off.
That's fine. We Gucci. What in the world? Got me, Johnny. Bamboozled me.
Also, since everyone's here, we all have access to a new mantle you can place upon yourselves, which is called the Enshroud Mantle. It's just called the Moon Mantle, if anything, because each one has its own little thing, like the rabbit. But the Enshroud Mantle gives you the Divine Enshroud ability that Idirondale has. And that is stigmas. Any ability does not work on the target to surmise what is enshrouded. So it's the plus stealth. You know what I'm saying? So if you guys ever want to sneak into an area, Alley Girl included, just start some trouble. Very tight. Only one person can use it, though.
At a time.
Yes.
Neato burrito.
Isn't it just? Welcome back. How is your foods?
It was good.
Was good, huh?
The belly is no longer doing the rumbling.
Should definitely get that looked at. Yeah.
My food was good, thank you. What about you, Ogre? Do you have any foods?
He ate already.
That's why I took off earlier. I went to go have lunch.
Are you central now?
Nope, still same.
Okay.
Like for me, it's 4:30.
Yeah. It's 5:30 here, right? So I was just curious.
Yeah. We did like sandwiches and shit.
Nice.
Oh.
I haven't had a frozen pizza in like 5-6 years. So
this was pretty decent for frozen pizza.
Yeah, I'll give it that. Yeah, for sure. Added some leftover chicken on it.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Or Char also just had lunch, maybe.
I don't know. Maybe you did.
I did just have lunch.
Nice. I like talking about this because it's very in character. Like, hey guys, as the culinary the person of the group.
Yep, yep.
It is a pretty Susie thing. So I have the map proper. that you
Yay!
guys are actually supposed to be on, not the inn. You guys are in the graveyard. So there you go. That's where you are. Enjoy.
This is the graveyard temple, as it were.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm still on the same map.
What map are
Mm.
you on?
You shouldn't be. I don't believe it. Trying to bamboozle me.
It's like a watery, dark place.
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yep. That's where you're supposed to be.
Oh, okay.
What map do you think you were supposed to be on? Or did you think we were on?
I don't know. You told me you'd switch maps, and my map didn't change.
Oh, that's what you meant. No, you guys were in the Asian kind of inn in one of the back rooms on the where we left off previously.
Mhm.
So I just moved you guys over to the this map, which is where you're supposed to be. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, because we just finished having that meeting where we had that conversation.
Things are spooky.
Yeah.
Nice, relaxing background music. Followed
As
by
an alarm goes off.
Yeah. Mhm.
Same one I have. You have an iPhone?
Right? Yep.
Yeah.
And I hate it.
I mean, we can always change it, but we don't,
Do you
right?
need to go handle something?
No, that was to make sure I got here for game.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate that.
It is the no worries.
That makes me feel special.
But yeah. Before the group you're at here, I know Easy was just doing their prayers at the temple.
As you do.
Yeah. Taking care of the temple. So I assume there's no one here to take care of the temple.
A couple people that go by. They're not particular servants of Ziki, but they are they're groundskeepers.
Mm.
So they have a bunch of people who that's all they do is take care of the graveyard. That's their job.
But yeah. He was just taking care of the temple, cleaning it. We're calling everyone here. Alright.
All right.
I believe we said we're gonna have Ines ask Redeemery or Harrowhawk to put out a bounty with the Adventurers Guild,
Sure.
or I can go do it. I don't remember.
They can do that.
Didn't we become adventurers?
No.
No, Ethan's an adventurer.
I thought I was with you in the other city to do that because Or maybe not. I remember I must have
No.
I got a license of some kind. I think it was for selling things, or I know you got a
Mhm.
versatile license for sure. I was just trying to remember what I did over there. It's been a while. Anyway, continue.
Yeah. I got an adventurer's license from them. I'm what's the difference between an adventurer and a mercenary, really?
What's the difference?
Yeah.
Think of it as you are part of a guild, or you're part of an organization, a business, as an adventurer, and a mercenary is contract work. You're a contractor rather than an employee.
Is there a thieves guild?
Mm-hmm. It's not fully recognized.
I mean, I figured.
Yeah.
But if we had to go through somebody that wouldn't care about getting information and giving it to Monster, I figured thieves wouldn't.
Maybe you'd have to pick the right people. Honor among thieves. There's a lot going on.
Mm-hmm. So, Andrew, do you think you can become a thief?
I think that was my best injured yet. It
Your
scared
best
me a
injured yet?
little. Yeah.
Ooh. You spooked yourself. That's some high quality roleplay right there.
But
Damn.
she's not wearing her Mothman onesie. So
But I do have my moth sweater on.
But Mother
Okay.
sweater is on. It's true. Yep.
Okay. All right.
I'll get my Mothman onesie on. So you guys need me to do some thieving, eh?
And try and get in with Thieves Guild, so you can have a job for finding out and stealing information for us.
Well, that does sound right up my alley.
All right. You want to do some Thieves Guild stuff, huh?
Yeah.
All right. Are you ready though? Can you handle it?
Yeah. Mothman, I can handle anything.
Okay, I believe you. For now. Meh, 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 meh. What else do you guys want to strategize?
Ash, you said you saw one of these, possibly an early prototype, at the Temple of Apollo.
Yep.
See if you can get a closer look at it. I have to go have that fight tomorrow. Anything else you guys can think of? Something Monstray. I'm gonna look through the graves, see if there's been any recent dead adventures. See if I can get any information from them.
Okay. Not particularly in this crypt, but maybe somewhere else.
Yeah. I'll ask the gravekeepers.
Well, they're human. They don't particularly like the fact that there's this walking skeleton in the graveyard, because that's spooky as heck.
I mean, fair enough. I'm also adorned in the visages of Zeke.
I mean, that's why they're not attacking you or calling the guard.
Mm-hmm.
You're still spooky, and you know it. Bop, 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 it up. One of them is willing to interact with you trepidatiously. It's kind of like, are you gonna leave us alone? Are we gonna have a problem? Are we gonna get attacked? What's going on here?
Oh, I'm just here to ask some questions.
What type of questions?
I'm looking to see if there's been any dead adventures recently. I have questions I
dial
want to ask
attack.
them.
I mean, they're dead. You can't ask them questions. Leave them alone.
I can ask them questions.
Leave them alone.
I look at him kind of weird, like you, and I look down and like I'm wearing my robes, right?
You are.
Yeah, I'm just gonna look at him like
You leave them alone.
I'm gonna look at him kind of weird again. What's going on here?
You're gonna make them an undead. You
No,
leave
I'm
them
not.
alone.
First of all, no. I'm a spirit warden, not a czar of the dead.
What the heck in sauce does that mean?
That means I can't raise the dead.
You're gonna raise the dead?
I said I can't raise the dead.
Right. I know that.
Of course, because it's common knowledge.
It is?
Yeah.
Huh.
I just look at him.
Yeah, no, it is exactly how you're feeling right now, just like
I'm like, all right.
Hmm.
Just point me to where they're buried.
I don't know. That seems suspicious. You're not gonna rob him, are you? He's helpless. They can't defend themselves anymore.
I'm not gonna rob them, and it's not like they're buried with anything. And like, what would you bury them with,
Their stuff.
right? And I kind of look at him confused, like, but why would I rob them?
Because they got good stuff.
But why would I rob them?
For their stuff?
No, that's disrespectful.
Yeah, darn right it
Oh.
is.
But why
You
would I
leave 'em
rob
alone.
them?
You're gonna rob them. I know it.
I don't know. You're not gonna rob them.
Because I work here.
True. And did you know that people who work where there's valuables are more likely to rob the place?
Nope. Not here.
Yep. Unfortunately, that's the truth. So you're actually more likely to rob them. So I should make sure you haven't robbed these poor innocents.
Wait, what?
Exactly. I want to see where these are to make sure you haven't robbed them.
That what? No. You
Yes.
stop that.
I'm just saying, nope. I think you might have robbed them now. I need
What?
to make sure you...
Well, we can't have that. No, I didn't do it.
I don't know. And you know what? As a chosen of Zeke, I gotta make sure this is a thing.
Oh, no, I didn't steal anything. I'll prove it to you.
Mm-hmm. You know if any of your coworkers have stolen anything?
I don't know. I don't think so.
Alright, we're gonna have to do an inspection top to bottom then.
Well, that's gonna take a long time.
Yeah, it
Oh,
is.
is it
There's a lot
now?
of dead people.
Yeah.
Oh,
Susie has new arrows that can tell truth, by the way, so if you want me to use those.
No, that's not the point of this.
Okay.
um,
I could always set them on fire.
No, again, it's not the point.
No, my fire will make it to where they can't tell a lie.
That's not the point, though, guys. It's not whether or not they lied. It's turning it on them. They're accusing me of something, now I'm going to accuse them of something just as heinous. And using my position of power to enforce that idea now.
it's dark. It's very dark. Are we the baddies?
Yes, they are.
And he's like, well, how the heck am I supposed to get everybody here for an inspection?
I'm going to look at him like, I'm sure you'll find a way. Don't worry.
Oh,
I'll be making my time here at the temple.
oh, okay. Like where though?
I point at the temple of Ziki.
Oh, that's just a big crypt. Wait, are you like evicting people from their graves and stealing their sleeping spots? That
Okay, no, I'm not evicting. Do you know what's in there?
yeah, dead people.
It's a temple to Ziki. Do you know who Ziki is?
Yeah, he's the death guy.
He is the god of death
Yeah.
and balance and knowledge.
Oh, I didn't know about those other parts.
You
Is he like spooky?
No, he's really nice.
Oh, I mean, dude, some guy came by a long time ago, and he made a statue of him. I think it's there, and
Yes,
it is Zeke in a cloak, but it's more like the Grim Reaper type of thing.
yes. And
So, yeah.
in one hand is knowledge, and the other hand is a weapon to take lives. It is meant to be a balance factor.
Well, that's spooky. I don't like that.
Right, but you spend your life learning things. In the end, death still comes for you. So it is knowing you can do anything in your life.
Anything, well,
Yeah.
I don't believe it because I wanted to be one of those fancy pants nobles with lots of money.
Yeah.
But that didn't happen.
Why? What stopped you?
Life,
What part of life?
like all of it.
All of it?
Yeah.
Did you try and become a merchant?
No, I couldn't even. You gotta like get special permissions to like go to schools and stuff, and that's where you learn the numbers and stuff, where you can
Right. Okay. Hold on.
count your monies and stuff.
Hold on here. Are you telling me you don't know basic math?
Well, I know like basic math, but the big fancy math, you got to know that stuff to do
What?
the counting of your money and then
Right.
counting the stuff.
You realize 1 coin plus 1 coin still equals 2 coins, and that's what they're doing. Is
Yep.
basically adding coins together.
But yeah, no, that you gotta go to the special school to get the
You-
piece of paper that says you can be a merchant on it.
What? No, you just have to sign up at a merchant's guild.
No, not here.
What?
You gotta have
Why?
the special piece of paper to sign up.
That makes no sense.
Well, that's what it is.
No, you know what? No, this is not happening. All right.
He's gonna walk you through the process. And
All right.
like so, you go. You gotta get the good grades. I had to work with my father a bunch because he was like, he's a groundskeeper here, and we've been doing it for a really long time. So I didn't really get to go to school a lot, but I did okay. But then if you want to go to the bigger school, you gotta pay lots and lots of money. But we didn't have that type of money.
All right.
And my grades weren't good enough because you gotta like get like perfect scores on like everything. It's kind of weird. I'm like, how do you do that? There's so much to know. And then I got to work. How the heck am I supposed to do that? And if I wanted to go over at the Merchants Guild, they're like, okay, well, you got to have the fancy piece of paper. They said you went to the fancy school and like completed the fancy school. And then they also are like, you need to have a specific amount of money to become a merchant. And they called it like your, like you had to have it in case something went bad and you owe people money. It's like, they called it a reserve. That's what it was.
Right.
And if you didn't have a reserve and the fancy paper, you can't be a merchant.
All right.
But
That's good.
there is the small
Are we
business guild where you can run small businesses and like
Mhm.
food stalls and like you can open up small shops, but
Mhm.
you can't be a merchant.
Are we here
Right.
for this conversation?
Yeah, you guys are all
Always.
listening.
Can I just like spook up and
You
give
can
this
always-
guy like 5 dungeon gold?
He's like, what? This
Live
is like,
your dreams. Live, laugh, lurk.
whoa, that's crazy. Oh
I know.
man, I could like go to fancy school on this. Well, for at least the first part of the year.
I have a question.
What's the question?
Do you know anywhere around here, like nearby, that's for sale? And do you know what are they called? A builder, a contractor?
Mason.
Well, let's start with the first question. The first question's pretty straightforward. Things for sale. Well, if you're talking about the graveyard, as he pulls out a big booklet, like his finger starts flipping through the pages, we have some open plots of burial land that you can purchase in case you die. I don't know what the ruling for Monstre are, but if you're like the big honcho Deathman's like helper dude, you could probably get one in his temple.
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, you can buy them, but there are some rules about bearing Monstre in plots meant for humans or humanoids. So yeah, not really like fair on that one. A little bit discriminatory, but I don't make the rules. So yeah, you can buy some plots. But did you have something else in mind?
No, I mean like large property lines here.
Oh golly, I don't know about those. A lot of that stuff that is getting bought up real quick by all sorts of people. Big fancy like hats. They always seem to have some sort of like monocle or something, or some glasses. They always smell of like gear oil and like smoke.
Huh.
Even though they
Okay.
look, good. The factory people, factory people. Not like the ones who work there, but the people who tell the people who work in the factories what to do.
Mm-hmm.
There's a couple smaller plots, but all the really big ones, all the bigger plots of land have been bought up. But there's some small businesses that are not doing so well because of these new factories. So you can buy them up on the cheap or help them out or whatever.
Is there any nearby the graveyard that's not doing so well right now?
Oh yeah, several. A lot of people are superstitious about death and whatnot. But since they're close to the factory, you could potentially like open up a bar.
Yeah.
If you can get a liquor license.
Mm-hmm.
And then you can you'll get a lot of business, I think. That's what I've been wanting to do. But I don't know anything about running a bar.
Let's see.
or a tavern, because you got all those people coming off the factories in these shifts, and all they want to do is sit down and have a good hot meal and something to drink.
Mhm.
And they don't really care about superstitions or whatnot. They're just tired.
This is
So
true.
I would eat that whole chocolate. That was so good.
I know a couple good spots, but it ain't fancy like that one. Oh gosh, it's the place from out east. The owner, the dwarf guy,
Oh, yeah. I know.
like his fancy high flute and booze.
Mhm.
But yeah,
All right.
I don't know. Just a lot of jobs these days where it's all about the technical skill and all the stuff you learned from your pa, your ma from business. A lot of technical skills just not needed anymore. They just want somebody to stand in a single space and do the same piece of work on part
Pull
after part.
lever. Yep.
Pull lever, put parts together. It's the same part for hours on end. Golly. You don't really need to be skilled anymore for that stuff. You just stand in line, they tell you what to do, and all you got to do is do that every day.
Place a hand on his shoulders. I'm like, it's okay.
Well, yeah.
I have a plan.
And honestly,
Wow.
I like this job. My dad's did it, his dad's did it, so on. It's nice and peaceful. Not a lot of people come and bother you or heckle you or yell at you or if they do, I can just direct them to the funeral director guy thing. The guy who runs the whole stuff. I'm just an employee.
Oh, where's the funeral director?
Oh yeah. He's really hard to get a hold of. He never really comes by anyways. He lives in one of them high tower things. Yeah, so I think he comes down once a year for the usual consecration of the grounds.
I see. Once a year?
Yeah, so we have a bunch of priests come over and they bless the land so that nothing strange happens. And it's kind of a big ceremony, so he comes down once a year for that. But I really don't see him any other time.
You've given me an idea.
I do. Oh yeah, I did see him one other time outside of that once per year. There was a dispute over land, like a plot of burial land, between two nobles, and they were fighting over who got it. And they got into this big old argument, and then he had to come down and handle it because they were nobles. He's a noble. That's what nobles do. They. Yeah. Yep.
He can concentrate on land. He must at least be a follower then. I have a writ. I have a question. When he came down, did he ever come down with a large piece of paper and a scroll?
Oh no, that's what the priests do. That they have this big old scroll thing. I don't know. They read from the scroll, but nothing really happens. Oh, there something did happen not too long ago, like yesterday-ish. Like I felt a little rumble through the graveyard, and then it got extra peaceful. I don't know how to. It's already peaceful, but then it was what's the word?
More peaceful?
More peaceful.
Serene?
Whatever that is, yeah. And I just felt safe, And I haven't felt safe in a while, so even after they do their little high fluting ritual thing, I don't know.
Let me see. I want to do something real quick, and let me know if this is anything similar to the ritual they do. And Isa's gonna go find the middle of the field. It's gonna hold up their lantern, and it's going to ask, He's going to speak in God's tongue and ask Ziki to bless this land with soundness and sleep for the dead.
Yeah, power rolls out. He's like, nah, I ain't do any of that. I actually felt that.
Let's see.
Yeah.
Do you have a way of sending a message to the person?
Yep.
All right.
I take a little letter. I take one of these little placard things, and then I
Mhm.
put it in the box, and then once a month his helper dude comes by and marks down what placards are put in there.
I see. And I'm assuming he's not going to come by. He's not going to come soon.
Nah, you just missed him.
Okay.
I wouldn't trust it anyways. Not
No,
like
that's
anything
fair.
ever gets done. But
Uh,
yeah, I mean, I like what you did better. They take hours and hours to get it done. They
that's
have
fair.
a whole bunch of them get
Nina,
together,
I
and
don't know what you want from me.
they walk in, and they go all the way from the front, and there's a bunch of people. It's a procession. Yeah, that's what it is. And then they walk, and they all spread out, and they do this big chant, and there's like hundreds of people, and then the one dude reads from the script, and there's a bunch of golden light, and yeah. You know immediately they're doing the wrong ritual.
Yeah.
They're using Apollo, not Ziki. That's why this place has been blessed in a long time. Yeah, and then there's like beams of light that shoot down. And, it's very like bright and stuff, and I have to squint my eyes a lot.
That would also explain why Ziki was particularly happy that he got the option to fuck with Apollo's temple because Apollo's people have been fucking with his.
I see. I know what I'm going to do. I want to look at him. I want to turn in here, but facing the town. I'm going to declare that a scholar warrior, drenched in vitae, tempered with purpose, has claimed this graveyard in the name of Ziki. All who seek ownership over it may come challenge him in 24 hours.
Oh, well, how does that work? Do you if you win, do you own it now?
Oh, I'm going to make sure that this place is properly taken care of from now on, and not whatever it is they're doing.
Well, some people are gonna get real mad.
And I'm real mad as well.
Oh, well, you don't look it. You're doing pretty good.
Oh, I know.
Wait, did you want to do the inspection?
Oh, yeah, I
That's
want
gonna
to do
take a
inspection.
long time.
I know. Hey, if you can help me get started doing the rest of the groundskeepers. As a note, I'll tell the groundskeepers that any who come in as soon as they can, I'll have you run around and tell them.
Well, there's only 6 of us. We have 3 on shift at any time. So, but usually we only have really 2 on time, so that we can 2 on at any time, so we can. Because it used to be 9, but they cut back funds recently. So it used to be 3 in groupings of 3, and then we would rotate. But now it's 2 groupings of 2. But they still want us to have 3 on grounds. But that's a 12-hour shift. And
here, how much do they pay you?
oh golly, it's pretty darn good. I get weekly wages of 3 silver.
Okay, so this is what I'm going to do. However many people you can get, come help you with this. I'm going to pay you 2 gold to do this, and every hour you work over your 12-hour shift, I'll pay you 1 extra gold.
But only like the 5 other guys are allowed to be on the grounds.
Yeah.
Unless you're here as a mourner.
No, but I'm allowed on the grounds at any time.
Well, yeah, you're Death's helper or something, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
So you don't get to count me in this number equation.
Oh. Well, I can call some other people over, but only the noble guy will actually get him to show up. But I guess, I mean, if you're offering him
And
extra cash, that would be
yeah, and it's 2 dungeon gold.
dungeon gold. Oh
Yeah.
man, it's a
And
lot more
extra.
money.
Mhm.
But that'll get us in trouble because people are gonna wonder where we got the dungeon gold, and they're gonna think we robbed the bodies.
Oh, I know. So when they say who you got the dungeon gold from, you say a priest of Ziki.
Huh,
And if you have any problems, you can direct them towards me.
huh. Well, what about your friends there?
They'll be fine.
I mean, I guess. Scratch his head and kind of wander over. Well, I left them a message, but we don't like. I'd have to run out and run to each of the houses and wake them up.
Mhm.
If I can get the other guy on staff.
I'm going to hand him 50 silver. Dungeon silver, by the way.
Dang. He's like, whoa.
This is. Can you go ahead and run and grab the other ones?
Yeah, sure.
Thank you.
The guy calls from over the fence after a bit. What you want?
You want me to set up like a stormlit night for this whole ritual thing for you? I can.
No, it doesn't. It's not matter. It's gonna make the job a bit harder.
No, it's cinematic.
Yeah, but it is, walking around. They might get injured. We don't want that.
No, it won't. I promise.
Okay. Go ahead.
Oh joy! I gotta do this now and do the mathing.
The mathing? Yeah.
The mathing.
Are you going to be able to handle it?
Sure. And yeah, I am playing my big zither.
Twang, 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 twang.
Right?
Um,
So you can describe how massive this thunderstorm is.
No, it's not very massive. Just kind of clouds it over and starts to drizzle. And there's occasional lightning that rolls across. It's it's pretty big, but it's not harmful.
Who called over the fence?
The other groundskeeper that the other guy went. Fine.
I'm gonna shout at him like, "Hey, I need you to start doing a count of all the graveyards and those who have recently been buried."
That's a lot of work.
I'm gonna hold out 2 dungeon gold for him.
Okay.
In each hour you work over your 12-hour shift, I'll give you an extra coin.
Huh. I'll probably have to go talk to the missus about that.
Take your time, so long as it's done.
So,
Honestly, you're
like,
gonna break the
only the most
economy.
recent stuff? Like, how far back?
I want to complete record accounting.
Like, of everything?
But starting with the most recent.
Oh, you should just come by the office then if you just want everything.
Right. Where's the office?
Oh, it's
'Cause
over
it's
here.
not even
There's a
temple.
little shack. He kind of walks into. Yeah, it's on here. Fortunately, it's made of stone. It's pretty dry. The drainage
Okay.
is good, so that the water and the mold doesn't get in. And once a year, they redo the spell thingies on the books, so they don't, get damaged.
Good to know. What were you saying, Susie?
I was just making a comment about the economy, how it's going to be in shambles now after this influx of gold.
Easley doesn't care about human economy. This is part of his plan to take down the construction.
Yeah. I know. I'm just
Because if you ruin their economy, they can't do anything.
Yeah, how have we not enslaved them already?
Because they're industrious, and a lot of people they're just spiteful,
Yeah. Easley's gonna look over the paperwork.
It's pretty straightforward. There's more elaborate records involving the more expensive plots, but there's it's all there.
But here's the big question: is it organized?
Yeah, it's actually pretty organized. Each sector of the graveyard has its own book.
Mhm.
There's even a diagram on the front page to show like which how many plots there are. They're all labeled.
Good.
Each of the plots has like the equivalent of a serial number.
Mhm.
And then you can look that up in the book of who's buried there. If they've been removed, exhumed. Yeah. Like it's all there. It's pretty good records.
Good.
There's even some notes in there that are just like, nah, he was exhumed on this day, not that day. What? Get the dates right.
Okay. I think he's just gonna spend essentially the rest of the time just pouring over the records.
Okay. What does everyone else want to do?
Go ahead, Allie.
I'm gonna go explore the factories.
Do some scouting.
Okay, what's your approach? How are you gonna get in there?
I'm gonna go check out the outside first.
Lots of people coming in and out, and there's those automata that guard every entrance. That looks like there's some sort of smaller automata that patrol next to the windows. Basically, any way to get in. It has some sort of eyes and ears.
And the people
Means you're at
coming
the right place.
And the people coming in and out. What do they look like?
Oh golly. So normal working pants and shirt. They all have overalls, and some sort of cap. They're covered in either soot or some sort of like mana particles. Basically, they're kind of sparkly.
Okay.
They're all tired. People coming and going. Everything's on a time clock system.
Okay.
So
how are they getting in and out?
Major doors at the end of the warehouse floor.
Do these
the doors?
Sorry.
They slide open at the beginning of a shift, and they slide closed after people walk in, and they only open at the end of shift. So people come out, new people go in, doors close.
There's no additional security besides that.
That you can see so far. Probably there is more, but there's also automata all over the place. And they are pretty vigilant.
Do I still have access to my spirit form?
Yeah. Yes, you do.
Okay, I'm gonna wait till the beginning of the shift, and I'm gonna use Susie's shroud, and I'm gonna turn into my spirit form, and I'm gonna just go in, see what happens. I can switch back and forth freely, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
That's the cool part about the spirit farm.
Yeah, that's what I want to do. Sneak
I
in
dig
like
it.
a little mouse.
So there's 4 warehouses.
Okay.
Which ones were you like?
They
Are you
all
going
look the.
for warehouse A, B, C, or D? And they are all identical in outwards appearance.
I'm gonna go for D.
All right. Just gonna have you sneak in.
How close are they to each other?
They're all in the same compound, so they have this huge entire block, and there's a giant wall that goes around the block next to the sidewalk, and inside that huge block is 4 warehouses that are turned into factories. So let's get you in here with your token. Bloop bloop. And bloop bloop. Okay. Yeah. You end up here.
Ooh. I like the style.
Things are moving, parts are moving.
Lots of moving parts. What is moving them?
It looks like conveyor belts, mechanics, gears, clockwork.
Is like steam powered, mercuria powered?
It is simultaneously steam powered in a lot of places, and it looks like aether stones are used to power all the other things.
Is there like one central power unit, or is it just a bunch of different ones?
Good call. There is a main power unit for each of the assembly lines, but it looks like a lot of the individual equipment have these aetherstone batteries that are swapped out every 3 hours.
Is there a big pile of aether stones somewhere?
They're all in canisters. There's not a big pile. Somebody comes in with this big trolley with this rack welded to it, and they have these cylindrical tubes that is outward facing. So he's kind of pushing the trolley along, and then he stops, puts the brake on it, basically locks the wheels, and then walks to the front and pulls out these huge cylinders, these brass cylinders with a little gauge, a little blue gauge on the side to show how much power is in it. And he will go up to one of the machines that has a low battery charge, pull it, basically puts it in off mode, waits for it to powers down, and then he unclamps the battery, pulls it out, puts the new one in, clamps it in, restarts the machine, and he slides that into the trolley.
Okay, what exactly are the machines making?
Automata, all their
Yeah.
different parts. Some make the arms, some make the chassis, some make the head, some make the internal wiring.
Okay. When this guy with the battery cart leaves, I want to join him. I want to jump on his cart and find out where these batteries are coming from.
Looks like there's a big storehouse in the back that is they get a delivery every like almost every day.
Storehouse in the back of the compound?
Of each warehouse.
Of each warehouse. Are the warehouses all like lined up in a row?
Think of a grid. You have it's a 2x2, and you kind of have this cross in the middle. So there's this huge walkway, vertical and horizontal, and then each of the 4 quadrants has a warehouse. So it's a 2x2 strategy.
So then, where would the back of each warehouse be?
They will face the doors. Can I what?
Yeah.
Let me get you on just a blank map and draw it for you if you'd like.
Yeah, please.
Okay, so let's get you on this Let's just make this a 20 by 20. Okay, there we go. All right. So first things first, let's do the sidewalk. So we got map, we're gonna do a little draw, we're gonna make it gray. And then, so, wow, that is not correct. Give me a rectangle. Sidewalk is the outer layer here in gray.
Okay.
That's how people get near it. Then you have a wall. I'm gonna put it in blue. Oh, more like, much bigger than that. So we got the perimeter walls in blue. And then the doors will be red. So basically the access points are at the north and south part of it. And then we'll do the buildings in orange. Buildings are like this. These are the warehouse buildings. Yep.
So orange. So pumpkin.
Yep.
Pumpkin spice.
So green will be where the intake outtake for the warehouses are. No, basically where they store the mana batteries.
So they're inside the actual warehouse. They're not like a separate building.
Yep. And then let's put purple for spare parts. So they divide the storage into half mana batteries, half incoming raw materials and parts. And then we'll use yellow for the access points for the warehouses for people coming in and out.
And they must receive large shipments of things. Where do these large shipments come in?
Through the doors, the red doors.
Okay.
Those come in at night after hours, after the factories are shut down.
Oh, I figured they just went on forever.
Nope. That's also when they do maintenance and repair on the assembly lines. There's a lot of moving parts. They have an entire different crew that comes in and just cleans up the place.
Okay.
Fixes stuff that's not working. So
there's got to be a sewer system. What's it look like?
A what system?
A sewer system.
A sewer system?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's in the warehouses. They have each of the warehouses have a laboratory area along with a break area.
Okay. And what relationship is that to the batteries?
Far away from the batteries.
Far away from the batteries.
We're closer to. They actually have two areas for those. So let me. What other colors do I got left? Darker blue, I guess. So break rooms and whatnot. So you're not close to the doors because they don't want you to just skip out and play hooky. So yeah. Bathrooms and break areas are the dark blue.
And like how little they are.
Mm-hmm. Well, mind you, these are enormous factories.
It's true. I want to send some moths, like, into the sewer system to map out where the lines would run.
It just runs right into the direct main sewer system.
But they're running out of the buildings.
Yep, it goes down into underneath the streets into the sewers.
So just like that way?
Yeah, pretty much straight down and out. Yep.
Okay, I would like to think on this map for a little bit.
Sure.
Is it possible for you to leave me on this map and do something with somebody else?
I think so. There was a trick about that. Let me see if I remember how to
I
do
can
it.
also just screenshot it.
So
So you just put everyone else on a different map, and then drag the Mothman onto that map.
yeah, that's what I was thinking. So we're in the graveyard entry, and then I just drag Moth person to the factory layout. No. No. I'm going to need to relook this up.
Yeah, if you can't find it out, you can just make a screenshot.
No, there's a thing for it.
Now he's in that mood where he needs to know.
Yeah.
Yeah. Gosh darn it.
Trying to figure out which would be funnier. Indrid's power make moth gimmick with skeletons or little kitsunes.
I don't know about that. I like my moths.
I mean, they can do it. It would be funny, to imagine what would happen. Like little tiny midgets, little tiny stickmen, skillermen coming, just like all over the place, like little toy soldiers in a sense.
Like,
made it of bone.
What the fuck? How do I? Grab you? I can't grab you there. I used to remember how to do this. This bothers me greatly.
Look what you did, Allie.
All right, so yeah, so on the map, you grab Allie from the bottom left.
Oh, okay, it's the okay. Where is Ellie? Mothman, and then I just dragged them onto factory. Okay, so it was that stuff. Ellie, you should be on that map.
Yeah, I am.
And then everyone else should be. Alright, we're safe. My sanity is maintained. We're good. It's fine.
Yay!
No, I don't have to have a brain explosion. The Suze, what you up to, huh?
Susie has rolled personal. So Susie is going to work on the agility elixir.
Oh. Okay, cool.
I have the ingredients for it. So
You do?
I open up the book, read it, and then I'm like, all right, we can do that.
Yeah. There's a titration machine that the Grandmaster Alchemist has put in your lab. It's specific for making elixirs only.
Mm-hmm.
Basically, it helps mix all the ingredients in specific orders. You just got to put in the materials, and then it slowly infuses the Ethereum, the refined Ethereum, with those materials, and eventually it drip feeds into your elixir bottle.
I see. Susie's also going to be brainstorming ways to incorporate colony into the elixirs somehow.
Sure.
Kind of like a smoothie.
A smoothie.
but just focusing on this, like, kind of just divining the ideas or the possibilities in her head of just like, oh, I could probably do that, or I could use this ingredient with it instead, or this magical plant, or I could put these things together, yada yada. And then, yeah, okay. So Susie's gonna do that. What would you like for an alchemy roll, and how many degrees of success do I need for it?
The machine reduces the degrees of success necessary by half.
Oh, very nice.
You just need 50.
Just need 50.
And it doesn't all have to be at once. You can roll up to 2 times.
All right, so I have Mastery Alchemist. I also have it's my bio info. I didn't actually put it in there. I have Driven of Trade Alchemist as well, so I get a free reroll.
Yep.
So I'm gonna do that. Here is my Trade Alchemist. So I have 80 characteristic, which gives me a plus 80 for mastery.
Seems good.
Four naturals for 120. My alchemy ring gives me a plus 30 to that bonus as well, for just being in that area and using the tools.
Bonuses.
Yep. I'm not using a cauldron. I don't believe my spoon gives me any extra bonuses for using that.
They'll give you a plus 30.
Plus 30 as well. Okay, that's my special spoon, my legendary one.
Mm-hmm.
So overall, that is 60 plus 120, which would be 180 for that. Good start. I'm going to re-roll with Driven. It's going to be less than 76. Uh, 17, nice.
Don't forget, you're using superior ingredients,
right?
Which will give you a plus 40.
She got it.
She did?
She got my tennis ball.
So why does the superior ingredients give me that bonus? That's my question. It's just because
your culinary arts actually give you an alchemical insight. Not all materials are made equal.
Right.
And when you're trying to make an elixir, you're only able to use superior ingredients, because otherwise it doesn't become an elixir. It's the same thing with food. You can use lesser ingredients. So it's from that insight from cooking that makes you realize, ingredients do matter.
Of course. Yeah, the quality of the ingredients
makes it easier.
Does matter. Yeah,
it makes it easier to succeed. It also helps you pick out what is superior. So if you had a collection that you just put together from the field, and you're going to organize it in your shop, you can go, unfortunately only this one piece is superior, the rest lesser.
Okay.
So
so another thing, now that I've used Driven, I'm going to use a fate points from our crystal crab. No, not crystal crab. Crystal crab doesn't have fate points. They have destiny fragments, which I might use. I have one myself that I'm probably going to use here as well. It is an elixir after all, and I haven't used that for that yet. But I will use a fate point for my wood sprite, actually, because I gave them a fate point. So 1d16. 7. Beautiful. Not bad. So if my target is 3, 3, 0, that's a 7. I should make myself something that does that math for me so I can just do the division. Because it's pretty much 33 degrees of success.
Sweet.
For that one. So if that's 33 DOS for the trade alchemy roll. Now I'm going to be rolling my scholastic alchemy roll because I get to add my degrees of success from my alchemy scholastic as well.
No kidding.
Which is another 120. That's another 17 on that one.
Gosh. All right. And you get...
which is 40. Actually 50. Sorry, that's the 50 degrees of success I needed. I do believe, right?
And you get 2 rolls that you get to add all the degrees together because there's 2 parts using the machine. It's the inputting, the calibrating of the machine, and putting them in, and then the monitoring and assembly of the bottle. So you get to...
So 50 degrees of success for our first roll.
Yeah.
And now we shall do our next roll. So I already used my trade alchemy drivens, but I'm going to add the... so 30, 120s. Do I get that extra 40 again for the ingredients? Okay, perfect. So that's another 180 plus 40, which is 220. So 220. Good start. And then alchemy 120. So that's...
You got 102.
102.
Do roll for your luck on that because it could split into 2 batches.
Oh! I'm using my my spoon. Anytime I use my spoon, we roll luck, and it might be 2 for the spotlight on it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Cool.
If you want to use your destiny fragment, you can just fudge the luck roll a little bit.
Yeah, we're gonna fudge the luck roll. 12.
Yeah, Jesus. Yeah, you have 2. You're not sure how you were able to make 2, but you made 2 for the price of 1.
Nice.
Yep. Congrats on making your first elixir.
Oh, baby! And I got 2, so I even... I don't think my quest says it has to be unique. I just need to make 5 for it. Let me look at it again.
They need to be different ones.
Yeah.
They do need to be different elixirs.
Oh! I just actually needed to make an elixir, so I passed. That's 1 out of 1 for that one.
Very nice.
I need to successfully craft 5 divine grade potions, though. That's a different one. That's the other thing I was thinking of.
Yeah. All right, let's see if any of the gods will want to sponsor your elixir, because that's how you make it divine.
Cool.
I'm gonna roll you luck, but it's gonna be skewed because you're an apostle. So
of course,
it'll be 60 or less. Yep, somebody wants to sponsor it. Let's find out which one it is.
Da-da-da-da-da.
Roll me a d10.
Flash R 1d10.
Tell preview. Championship, festivities, and travel, or companionship. Sorry.
Okay, yeah, nice. I figured it would have been, our death god, since 10 is his number, isn't it?
Never mind. You're right. Fuck it. Yep. No, you're right. It's Zeke. That is his number. Here you go. It's Zeke. Yep. Knowledge death. It is divine grade potion or elixir because Zeke's like, yeah, I'll sponsor that.
Nice. Golden stamp of approval. And then
actually, yes, it has a golden seal that appears on it. The wax.
Well, since it's death attuned, I tell Eatsley, I'm like, Eatsley, I got you something good, and I slide it over to you.
Oh wait, you made 2. Roll me another d10.
Slasher! What you did?
Apollo sponsors the other one.
He's like, I ain't gonna be the only bitch.
Get your destiny fragment back for the session.
He's like,
and I'll send the other one over to Ash, I guess, for the fire side of things. And the next one goes to Allie. I mean, it would be an interesting, like, little lamp to give Allie, but I feel like we might as well. Maisel. Let me know if you guys want these used with evolutions, because I can do that. Or otherwise, please drink. They are yours to have.
understood. I think I probably use my
Just
hand in
casually
resolution.
handing you a elixir. Nope, don't look at it too hard. Yep.
Mhm. What do they do?
They are the physical side, agility based, divine elixirs.
Let me see.
You see Zeki's official personal stamp on it. He
Yeah.
sponsored this. He went, that's good.
You know
I
what?
approve.
We'll drink it.
Oh, you're just gonna drink it? Have you
We're gonna
drank
rock.
a agility elixir before?
I have drinking no elixirs before.
Okay. Go ahead and
Do
increase
note.
your.
I just wanted to give you guys a heads up. You can only have one physical and one mental elixir for yourselves.
Yes.
So if you use this, your physical's gone. Just FYI.
Yeah.
Put your agility up to 80.
Got it.
And then you get two things. One from the elixir itself. And then since Zeki sponsored it, and it's you, Zeki grants it balance and motion, grants reactions equal to the number of foes you are engaged with. They could be even ranged opponents, but they are the ones attacking you. So you get one reaction additional to the ones you already have, equal to the number of foes who are directly engaged with you.
Fair.
It does not give you reactions equal to the number of attacks they get. So one target could shoot you 4 times, one guy can only hit you twice, but you do get one per engaged foe.
Mm-hmm.
But if you are engaged with like 100 people and there's one boss that's fighting you, would that be 100 reactions that you could just use with the boss?
Yeah. Okay. You could choose where you use those reactions. It's just you get the extra ones.
Yeah. Nice.
Yeah.
Congrats on the upgrade.
As a note, I have a half move of 15 now.
Nice.
Does a Scooby-Doo one step and is in a completely different area code?
Yep. Not as bad as Rala, but we're getting there.
All right. Floof, what you doing?
Floof doesn't really have much to do. He's playing his music and having fun. He's being a floof.
Okay.
I mean,
Yeah.
He's playing music that's radiating out for 50 miles.
Does it sound like you're in a 1950s film or something?
Less that, considering he's doing it for like a whole temple thing,
Okay.
for a blessing thing. He's basically got think the equivalent of like the church organ,
Mhm.
but because it's for a whole Ziki temple blessing, he's doing playing Ziki's song off to the side because it's re-blessing a temple that's lost its blessing.
Okay. Yeah.
And so this song is radiating for 50 miles because of the effect of his instrument.
Okay. Eventually you will get company. Yeah. The other groundskeeper hustles away, and there's several individuals that appear on the other side of the fence or the gate. This guy's like, "Hey, so it is you! You stop that right now!" And so this is like, ugh. Looks like your playing has brought the guard.
Smile and look at her. Just ask him to come over.
Right. Yes, I've heard of you. The Great Floof. Unfortunately, sir, your playing is causing a great disturbance across the entire city. So, unfortunately, we're going to have to ask you to cease and desist. Here's the paperwork. Here's your ticket.
It's like
Holds up
it holds up a tail in the shape of a finger, a fist holding up a finger. Are you trying to interrupt the hymn of a church undergoing blessing?
I wouldn't do that, but if it's not a authorized and scheduled hymn, especially with such a
It's like points over to Eatsley. You do realize there is a priest of Ziki performing a blessing of a temple of Ziki within a temple of Ziki that has requested me to play the hymn.
I'm just a messenger, sir. You also shouldn't be doing that. We have our own rituals here. That is, despite being part of, Ziki's followers and worshippers, there is protocol and procedure in place. If you want to perform your own ritual, you need to go to the head office of funerary rites, scriptures, hymns. You need to go to the appropriate place, get approval for your service, schedule that, then you can perform it on that day. This is a big breach of rules here. You can't just come in and perform rituals willy-nilly. We have our own system. Because then anyone could come in claiming to be a follower of Ziki. Not to say that you aren't. And I know you're just a contracted help.
Like,
But
then why are you talking to me? You need to talk to the person who's asked this. Here's
your citation, though. You're causing a local disturbance. The music is echoing through the city. I know there's a lot of people who have stopped working to listen. Some people are just not working at all. There's also rain. We don't know if you're cause of that, but potentially you might be the cause of all this rain. Yeah, you caused a local disturbance. Here's your citation. I will go be talking to the other guy.
No.
No?
Unless you are trying to ban the worship of Ziki, you are penalizing me and trying to give me a ticket for playing the hymn of Ziki within a temple of Ziki.
Yeah. You need to schedule that.
No. That's not how faith works. Or are you going to go to the Temple of Apollo and tell them they can't play the hymn of Apollo within their temple?
Well, they have a system. They do it based off of a schedule. Not just anyone can walk up and start holding a sermon. They have a system. That way, anyone who wants to come by, they can speak and do their rites and rituals and whatnot. But we then know what you were trying to do, what you're trying to say, because you could be a priest of Vicarum who is all about causing chaos and just harm and whatnot. We don't know. So we need to know what you're doing, how you're going to do it, what time, when.
That's entirely fair.
Yeah, he taps his little wristwatch thing.
But that's not clearly posted anywhere. It's like
you could ask. You could go and read go ask a guard instead of just assume that because there is nothing written or posted.
What? Looks around. When's the last time you saw a guard around here? I've been here playing for what, a half hour? It took y'all a half hour to show up? It's kind of hard to ask a guard if I could do this without a guard being here. And
I don't really appreciate your tone, sir. I'm just doing my job just like you're doing.
No, I entirely recognize that. I'm not complaining at you. I'm complaining at the situation because.
Well, are you from out of town?
Very much.
Do you live here?
No.
Okay. Well, that's part one. You would know these rules and regulations if you were a resident here, but you're a guest. How long have you been here?
Less than a day.
So you arrive with less than a day. You show up to the graveyard and just do?
First, I went to the Temple of Apollo, did a whole thing there. Then I came here.
Right.
I'm touring the local temples. What's wrong with that? I was here. I was asked to help out.
That's fine, but touring means stopping by, maybe offering some minor offerings on the dais, but not this whole ritual stuff.
I mean,
this needs to be documented. Do you have documentation for the hymn that you're singing?
I mean, I did a whole ritual at the Temple of Apollo.
Yes, they have their own rules and regulations here. At that temple, this is different. This is a completely different location, different rules and regulations, laws, bylaws, all that stuff.
I'm just like...
Do you have documentation for that hymn?
Why? I'm just gonna sit here and be... you're like, nope, 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 this is too frustrating. And I don't know how you want to react to it because this is the people trying to stop the playing, which the instrument allows Zeke to react to.
No, Zeke's kind of nodding like, I don't like it, but it's fair. There's written rules in place, and Zeke's the rule stickler for. So he's like, I don't like it, but all right, it's fair. They set up rules. You get a pat on the head from just Zeke from afar. It's all right.
Like, fine.
Well, he hands Nihilus the citation. Make sure you pay that up. Where is this other guy? Can you point me in the direction of this other fellow?
Points to Eatsley.
Oh, sir, can I have a moment of your time, please?
I'm gonna stand up and look. Can I help you?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
I happen to notice that you're doing an unauthorized ritual and service on the grounds here.
Oh, well, that's not true. It was authorized.
Well, did you file it with the head office of rites and hymns and rituals?
No, I did file proper paperwork though.
Oh, can I see the paperwork?
Oh yeah, no, I'm gonna stop and I'm gonna quickly take out a writ and hand it to him.
Well, this is an official writ, and this looks okay. And he actually has this little monocle he puts on, and he kind of looks through it, and he actually takes the time to fully read it. No, this is above board, but you don't have your paperwork for your scheduling, the documentation for the rite and the rituals. Your contractor also doesn't have the proper paperwork for the hymn he's performing.
Oh, I see. So I have a question here,
Mm-hmm.
and just I'm gonna pull up a chair for him and sit down here.
He sits down.
I'm gonna sit down. I'm like, all right. So I came here to do my job.
Yeah, and I'm here to do my job.
I understand, right? And this
Mm-hmm.
is gonna be a thing of like, whose boss do we want to piss off more, right?
Right.
So I'm just saying I came here to do my job because you guys actually have been doing proper rituals here for this place, for the
Well,
dead.
then you gotta bring that up with the rites, hymns, and rituals office. Like
Right.
they need to know
And
this stuff.
they also need to bring that up with my boss. I'm also gonna go to see them next about this, but it was more important that I do this so you guys can have a full, undead invasion on your hands.
Well, we appreciate that, but you
And
can't be doing undocumented rituals because we need the paperwork of what was done.
I mean, I understand. I'm more than willing to go fill out the paperwork afterwards, but I'm just saying.
No afterwards. Oh
Well, it's
gosh,
gonna have
we've
to be
had
an
some bad things about that in the past. So
and
it's
gonna
paperwork
unfortunately
up front. You gotta have it scheduled.
I mean, it's already done, so.
Oh gosh. Well, then that means we need to do an after action report, an incident report. So
I know.
I'm gonna have to have you come to the head office with me for rites, hymns, and rituals.
Oh no, that's fair. And afterwards, I'm gonna have them come to my office. So.
Well, look, I'm gonna have you discuss it with the head office. I'm just gonna go and take you there.
Mhm.
You can deal with it there. I'm just a lawman, okay?
And it's fair, you're just a middleman. You don't want to get in trouble for this. I understand.
Oh, I don't care if I get in trouble for this. I'm upholding the law as it is written and the regulations that are in them.
Right.
And I'm enforcing
I'm doing
those
the
laws
same
and
thing,
bylaws.
it's right. I'm just doing the same thing as you are.
Well, whatever you were doing, stop. We need to go fill out the paperwork and get this done.
All right. Now we'll just follow with him.
Like, I'm just gonna wave to you easily and be like, I'm gonna go to the Temple of Apollo now.
Be safe.
Okay.
You'll get there. It's a big a huge office with a bit of Gothic, church design.
Mhm.
And you just see priests of all kinds coming in and out, serving all different gods. There's alcoves for each of them, each of the gods in the main office. All of their heraldry and symbols are all equally worshipped. There's even one for Ziki.
Mhm.
And he kind of walks you up to one of the front desks. We need a... we're not, unfortunately unable to do an appointment. This is a... this requires a specialist. And after a bit of a terse conversation with the guy at the desk, eventually you'll be pulled to a side conference room.
Mhm.
And the lawman's actually going to sit in on the meeting. And he
He's
just
just
kind of
gonna-
looks at you like, no, I got to be here.
I
Fuck.
understand. And I'm stopping. I'm gonna pull out some like documents and files.
What are those?
Oh, these are important paperwork information I need to get from them.
Mm-hmm.
He's just pushing back now.
An individual will walk in with a couple followers. One's looks like a scribe, take notes.
Mm.
The other's a personal guard. I was pulled from a meeting. What's going on? We have to fill out an after incident report from a follower of Ziki performing rites and rituals at the graveyard without proper documentation, scheduling, alerting the head office beforehand. Oh, goodness, we can't have that. Everything must be done with proper procedure. So, let's start with the paperwork. Scribe, if you would please. And he just hands him all the paperwork. We're going to have to fill these out. He's like, does my charge here get legal representation? If they so wish, would you like legal representation?
Oh, of course I would like legal representation. There's only a fool that defends themselves.
Very well. Would you like the current lawman here, who is in charge of, well, you at the moment, or would you like an individual without bias?
I would like to hire my own legal representation.
Understood. You will still need to fill out this paperwork regardless. If you wish to withhold that information and wait until you have your legal representation, your representative present, you may. Or you can fill them out as they are arriving.
I will fill them out and I'll look it over before filling it out.
Basically, an incident report.
Hmm.
What happened, which did. The other lawman's also filling it out on his end. And the guy will then start to cite.
Oh, also,
all
I'm going to set down some paperwork for them to fill out as well. Including when the last time a proper ritual has been done for the Temple of Ziki by a priest of Ziki.
Yeah, you kind of look at it. All right. I can answer this.
Mm-hmm. Would you like legal representation here?
Kind of raises an eyebrow. You may think this is funny for you.
I don't. I think this is a very serious matter.
Well, that we can agree on. As for this paperwork, I can give you the answers, but I do not believe that you will be charging me with this. He will actually pull up the paperwork. Last consecration was actually held by an Apollo ritual to banish the darkness and any encroaching influence here.
Right.
Ziki has been withholding blessing, or at least the priests here have been withholding that blessing, for the lack of the ability to write the correct writ for it.
And why has there not been a right writ written for it?
The individuals do not possess the authority to make those writs. The only individual who had that ability passed away 5 years ago due to old age. The students are not qualified as of yet.
I see. And he's just writing all this down in a report.
Zeke has the highest standards out of all
Yeah.
the gods, and several gods combined in regards to who he allows to write a writ. You have to have expertise in God's tongue.
Mhm.
So
No, this is
it's not uncommon to have a bunch of followers of Zeke that aren't allowed to write holy writs.
No, that's fair. I would like to speak to the priest of Zeke when there is time.
The current head priest, or did you want the ritual keeper?
Yes.
Yes is in both. Yes is in
Both.
one or the other. Please specify.
Both.
Very well. The record keeper or the ritual keeper will find you first. You needed me? He's an very old individual. Kind of shuffles in, probably like 60s, 70s.
Yes. Please come sit down.
Oh, sure. Sets down a huge tome. How can I help? Well,
I've been told that there has been nobody within the Zeke priesthood here that has been properly educated on the ability to perform rite.
oh, they're properly educated. They're all educated by this book that we have inherited from an apostle of Zeke a long time ago. We wrote this personally so that we may not astray from our path and do proper rituals. We have the ability to perform the ritual, but the key aspect, the key piece, specifically required to completely perform the ritual of consecrating the graveyard grounds, requires a writ. We do not have one, nor do we have anyone qualified to write them, since they have not been given express and direct permission from Zeke himself. And that is a immutable law, and that will not be infringed upon. Otherwise, a terrible price will have to be paid. So
I would never tell you to infringe or to lie to Zeke. I am simply trying to fully grasp the understanding here.
Oh, we do not have an individual capable. There's also been a very large lack of individuals willing to spend the time and effort to learn God's tongue at the proper proficiency to be given the test, the trial. If it was just studying required, then we would have several people who would be qualified. They can read and write God's tongue, but Zeke, to qualify them to write a writ in his name, requires them to undergo trial. This has scared off a lot of prospects. For the trial has been labeled unfair from most. Something about performing a labor in his name, going out into the world, and a lot of individuals don't wish to. So, head priest here also, he can read and write God's tongue, but he has yet to undergo the trial. We think he should, but he fears that he's the only one left of his station, and if he leaves, there's a good chance of death of him, and then, well, we'd be out of a head priest.
I see.
A lot of followers with other gods, though, but unfortunately, we've gone down from 300 followers in the city of his glorious name down to 50 in the last decade. Not many worshippers of the god of death. But many forget he's also a god of knowledge.
And fairness.
And fairness. But most of his places have been consolidated. There's not enough people to take care of all the different locations. So they've been overtaken by other followers of different gods, and the last place of worships are minor alcoves, minor shrines, the graveyard, which will always be his. There's the great library, that is also in his name. And then, of course, he will always be represented here in equal parts with the other gods of the pantheon. But unfortunately, he is down to 2 major worship locations: the temple at the graveyard and the temple at the Grand Library.
I see.
Forgive me. And of course, the Court of Justice. He is honored there, but not worshipped, but honored when the fairness and justice needs to be monitored and enacted. Yes. So, 2 major sites of worship and 1 site of obeisance, and of course here. And the head priest will kind of come in. It's better be good. Being interrupted in prayer for an emergency better be an emergency.
Easily will turn and look at him and stand up.
Skeleton.
Give him a nod.
How are you, sir?
I am well. I recently had to come here, and I noticed that people had not performing proper rites and rituals to the Yi.
We don't have a writ maker.
I have been told.
I get this every year, and I tell all of you the same thing. We don't have a writ maker. Monsters are not really tolerated within the city, and unfortunately, the royal family and all the noble families have agreed that a monstray may not provide the writ and or hold rituals in the graveyard, since it is for humans and humankind.
Well,
not my decision. Not my decision.
Oh no, that's fair. I'm just saying the nobles will be very upset here.
I don't. They made their choice. Their phobia and fears of the monstray have led them to make terrible decisions. But they feel that it's their dead, and they get to make that choice for them. I don't particularly care who does the ritual, just so long as they are qualified, and that they don't bring calamity down upon us for performing the incorrect ritual, or doing it poorly, which would be an insult to Ziki. Also, we need documentation of that ritual for the records. Very important. Because we can't have magics and blessings and gifts and rituals unrecorded, because it can cause an imbalance. If another one is cast atop it, if the magics and blessings commingle, that can create a catastrophic misinterpretation of the original blessing, as multiple parts of them may fuse together and completely distort the purpose of it. All magic, blessing, divine, or mortal, has to be documented. We appreciate that you saw it was in dire need, but it needs to be documented.
Oh, that I have no problem documenting. I have it written down what I did in my class.
Very well.
I have come here to figure out why it hasn't been done and whose fault it is. And you're putting blame upon nobility.
If you are reported, and they will read this, that you have... I can't say it with any meaning because it is not true, but they will have viewed you as desecrating their ancestral land, their ancestral burial sites, because you are a different species.
I see.
That phobia and that lack of foresight is a problem.
Or they view them as they're dead and not Zeki's dead.
That I keep trying to tell them, but it's their family. How dare you tell us what we can and can't do with our family? And I'm like, it's the gods that you will have to answer to. And they said that'll be up to us to handle that. Now I
see.
know that Zeke will have a terrible price in which they will have to pay, but he's also a bit merciful on that. I could get you a proper disguise. We need this ritual done, but we can't have it recorded that a Monstre did it, because otherwise they will send in the guard, and you will be forcibly removed,
I see.
as it has been in the past.
Easily activates their perk.
So you take the human form?
Yeah.
Huh. May I assess your hand?
And holds out his hand.
There is flesh here. There's warmth even. A pulse. This will pass muster. We'll have to get you the proper paperwork and documentation of a wandering priest of Ziki. Do you have a name? As he just immediately sat down and started writing the paperwork. A name for this persona?
It's like, it's Lee. I also have a merchant's license and an adventurer's license.
Is that under your Skeleman Monstre species, or is this under this persona?
The merchant is under Monstre.
Okay, then the adventurer's license.
It's
Let's put that down. That'll explain why you were out and about. What's your Monstre name?
Eatsley.
Then we can't use that as your persona. What? Yeah.
What's a good human name?
John?
Ah, yes, we'll go by John then.
All right. John the Wandering Adventurer and Priest? Okay.
That's
vague enough.
I also have the Wandering class.
Very well. Just kind of writes it down. Okay.
I'm also a spirit warden.
Okay. Is that your class, role, job?
That's my class. I'm a wanderer and a spirit warden.
That's a blessing from Zeke, correct?
Correct.
Good. Writes it down. The rituals guy is like, yes, I have found it. It's in the tome here. Soul Warden, the most exalted class. Okay. Stamps it several times after filling it out with you. Puts a wax seal on it. Takes a big punching device, which then he punches down and holds it, and it laminates the card and punches it out of the frame of the paper. And he'll kind of wave it around until it cools a little bit, and he'll hand it to you. Try not to fold it. That'll preserve it with that little coating, and then that's what you'll present. But you have to have your human persona. Let's set up a ritual time. Do you have a writ?
Yes, I'm a writ writer.
All right. How much time do you need to write it? So that we can schedule the ritual.
Depends on the writ that you need. Depends how much time I will have.
We just need to sanctify the grounds.
No, I already blessed the grounds.
Right.
Issa's gonna stop and write down what he said in God's tongue and pass it over.
This will work. Yeah. No malfeasance here. Or misspelling. How's your pronunciation?
I want to switch to God's tongue at this point. I'm very proficient in God's tongue.
Could you say this ritual again?
And Isu will say the ritual.
Okay. So, pronunciation's good. Okay. Some individuals are good at writing. They just have a heck of a time trying to get the proper tone and pronunciation. All right. So if you need further rituals, just come here. I'll schedule it for you. That way, no one will show up and bother you.
Mm-hmm. Also, as a note, the nobility.
Mhm.
2 things. 1, I'm wanting to buy some property out near the graveyards.
Sure. I can do that. Just need some specificity. Is it in the name of Ziki?
Yes, I'm going to build a school there.
All right. Do you want it away from the new factories?
Yes.
All right. There's a couple spots that we can claim as eminent domain of the gods and pass it over to you.
It's going to be a place to teach people, educate them.
Okay. You'll have to also go through the education department.
Understood.
Unless it's teaching the ways of Ziki. Then if it's teaching his worship and how to praise him, then you can just run that as normal. But if it's actual education, then you'll have to go through the education department, and they're very strict about what you can and can't teach, and who can do it and where.
Can it not be both?
It can be, but again, the moment you bring in the education part, that you have to bring that down to the education department. And they're going to be less understanding because they have a very specific curriculum that they teach. And as a monster, you're not going to like it.
I probably won't.
It does preach that monster are, the monsters that roam the earth and basically prevent humanoids and humankind their sovereign domain, and it is our duty and task to push them back and eventually eliminate them so that we can inherit the earth again. And it's
How interesting.
Yeah, just want to give you that warning ahead of time. It's very specific criteria.
Understood. We'll make sure there's a small little office for that teaching, and we'll make sure they understand the real truth.
No, you can't teach if you don't teach that that curriculum. Cannot educate.
I never said we wouldn't
think you
teach
might
it.
be able to get away with just math, but history is big no. You have to. If you want to teach histories, you have to teach their histories. The way that it's been approved.
I want to get this straight. They're telling priests of Ziki to lie about the history of the world?
No. They're not telling Ziki and followers of Ziki to do that. They're telling teachers and mentors to do that.
Oh, I see. But they don't understand that teachers and mentors are also following Ziki's will.
Well, that's not how they teach it. And they wouldn't be following Ziki's will in the first place because they're not teaching an unbiased truth, so they're not really teachers at all anyways, right?
Okay.
So they're not really insulting him, they're just false prophets then? Basically spreaders of falseness. They're actually followers of Vikarum at that point rather than Zeki.
Oh no, that's fair. So okay. In that case, I could teach basic stuff at my place and spread the word of unbiased truth there. Got it.
You could. But anything that is education of history and or like law, anything that's just not how to praise Ziki and how to worship him outside of education is allowed, but the moment you try and educate people outside the authorized curriculum, they will come and take everyone out and burn your place to the ground and imprison you. It's pretty bad. I don't like it. I've been fighting it for years, but it's no longer infringing upon Ziki. they're just worshiping Vikarim at that point. They're spreading lies and they're spreading chaos, and everyone is. They don't know better. They're ignorant.
Oh no, that's fair. So
So
if
it's
I
not my
tell
problem. I'm talking
them,
to the Vikarim head priest.
but if I tell them that they're spreading that the education system is spreading lies because they are not following the ways of Ziki, then that's not infringing upon education domain. That is religious.
Okay, so here's how this is going to work. You can go and do that, and you can take your cleverness and you can throw it out the window, because when the people, the zealots, come,
And they will.
either from the ministry, from the rights office, there's a couple cow towers and lapdogs and figureheads of some people in government here. We can't get rid of them, but we at least don't have to listen to them. But they'll just come and do stuff. They'll take all your people away, tell them they've been lied to, and then they'll thoroughly punish you, probably imprison you. And then there's going to be a huge incident because you're a writ maker, you're actually serving Ziki. Ziki might get involved.
Ziki might curse them.
Right, and
They'll curse them.
that's not good. Can we not make big waves?
No.
Well,
But you know what?
hmm.
You should send some of your priests down there. Because I would be more than happy to help educate them and help you find a writ maker for a permanent status here.
That I would be more than willing to agree to. There is a loophole you could potentially do to get away with, and I'd support you on this. If you open up a ministry in the name of Ziki and teach only the hymns and the praises, once they become a full priest of Ziki and have made the vow to Ziki, it's hands off. You can educate them however you want. You can teach them all of it because they are now committed to a god. But they have to commit. Has to be recorded.
I see. And, question here then.
Yeah.
And once it's recorded and everything, but what about art?
Art?
Yes.
Like paintings?
Yes. Paintings are a form of knowledge storage.
Well, you might end up running into the censor bureau. Certain art is considered profane or blasphemy or any other uncomfortable word.
Right, but it wouldn't be blasphemy against the purveyor of knowledge. Right,
but you could keep it in a sanctum, and then if you are a follower and pledged to Ziki, you can then view it as your own will. But a publicly displayed art or artwork that is displayed to the populace, that anyone can just come in and see it, needs to pass the censor bureau.
So it wouldn't be able to be passed by, I don't know, if it's the place of worship. Have they not already accepted certain factual aspects of it?
No, we actually had a case about this a long time ago. Specifically, entering a place of worship is a common space in the name of a specific god, but it is still a common space for the common citizen that should be able to enter freely. The sanctum and other side rooms that are not under common space law need to remain closed with doors to represent that this is not a common space. All places of worship, the main area of worship, basically where you have the pulpit, the sepulcher, all the pews and whatnot, that is a common space. And that ended up becoming regulated by the Censor Bureau and the Education Department. So you can't
okay.
preach different words because it's a common space for the common citizen who can come and go freely. The side rooms, those are under different regulation, and those can be.
I see. Another question then.
Yeah.
What if, and I'm
Mhm.
just saying this, right?
It's just theoretical, right?
Theoretically,
Hypothetically.
I summon, I don't know, let's say a person's tablet for divine judgment upon them.
Gosh, we haven't had that since the last apostle show up, and that was the first apostle to show up and read that book.
Mhm.
Let's check the rules, I guess. He's like, oh yes, the judgment of Ziki can fall upon any of those who enter his holy spaces, domain, sanctified areas, consecrated areas, anything done in his name or place of worship. You are then subjecting yourself to his mercy at any time or of his priesthood.
This means you can go and decry judgment on every single teacher in any school.
But those aren't schools. Those are now
Yes,
by this.
But they are
places.
listed and advertised as schools, which means if they do not allow him to go in and perform judgment in a school, they have to publicly admit that it is not a school or be under heresy of Ziki.
A school is a place of sharing information and teaching others. It does not need to be limited only to Ziki.
True.
Because, yes, education and knowledge is his. But if you're teaching incorrect things, he goes, I don't want anything to do with it. You can call it a school, but it ain't me. Vikram's like, yes, it is a school to chaos.
Yes. I'm like, all right. So if I put up something and then they try to come in and take it down, they can put themselves in front of my judgment then.
Yeah, they could, yeah. But you'd have to have Ziki weigh in on that. Otherwise, it's just you versus the city. Royalty, the guard, the nobles, anyone who wants to pick a bone with you. No pun intended.
I get it. I'm like, Let's see.
Yeah.
But I can summon someone's tablet for judgment.
No, that's what it says here, but the laws of the city are a little different. And he's like, which ones? That hasn't happened since the beginning. Oh, no, that was because of Apollo and their followers. They had a case brought up against them by the courts a while ago, 30, 40 years ago, specifically about leveraging judgment in a public space. And they ruled that it is not the place of followers, apostles, worshippers, priests, priestesses of any devout and committed individual to a god cannot leverage their power of judgment and or consequence upon them in a public space.
In a public space.
To an individual. So no smiting people on the streets, no causing judgment to them in the streets. If they walk into your temple, it says it's okay. They've freely walked into that space.
I see. What about judgment of laws?
Laws or loss?
Laws.
Well, in that particular case, for Ziki, any temple or shrine, even if it is the public worship area, as long as they've stepped through the threshold into the temple, it is then considered a court of law under Ziki. But that's just unique for Ziki.
Right.
Or the courthouse. But you can't do it on the street by the laws written here. You would have to bring them to court.
Right. But what if I take the laws of the land into judgment?
And both of them are kind of like,
can you do that?
Yeah, can you do that? In what manner? I might be able to, if you're if specific, it might be written here.
I'm looking. What if, let's say, for example, the teaching of monsters are evil, right? Let's say I want to take that into, and be like, according to Zeki's ruling, who is the god of knowledge, it declares this is a heretical idea.
Oh, we already have that. We preach that, along with
Right.
the followers of our Darendale. There are significantly more followers of Apollo, though, and Apollo does view monsters as evil, where his wife views them as good.
Right. But what if we then say, because of this, and he may see them as heretical, but factually,
It doesn't matter. The populace in general are scorned, and they detest Monstre on principle for the lack of the ability to spread into the lands, their safe travel, the ability to explore. They feel like they've been imprisoned in this city, and it's the Monstre's fault. It doesn't matter if we tell them the truth; they still hate you.
I see. But if we were to take their law into court, right, by the divine aspects of it, and render it down to judgment.
And leading to what? What would be the outcome of this judgment that you are trying to pursue?
Overturning of the law.
This is human law.
Mm-hmm.
In a human space,
Mhm.
which the gods have allowed us to do, to relegate ourselves. But it's... they're letting us make our own mistakes, our own folly.
I see.
We're not... Anything that is punishable has been. There's also a very strange recording here. The land underneath the city is not something that can be no longer judged by the gods, for it is no longer of their make, and it is no longer their domain. It is that of man, and in their folly they will suffer the consequences of their action. I don't know what that means, but it seems you can't even go after the land underneath the city for some reason. I don't know why.
Interesting. How very interesting. It's been very enlightening.
It's very specific too about the dimensions of which that applies.
Fair. Huh. What? Has the city outgrown the land?
Not necessarily. When the walls went up originally, that was the confines of the original space. Hasn't really expanded much from there, but population's been rising, so buildings have been going upwards. But a lot of the substructure is under the city, so a lot of digging, there's sewers, pipes for steam, water. There's this new thing called electricity going around, harnessing the lightning element in small quantities to power strange devices. There's the aether flow channel pipes that feed aether to workshops. So a lot of the city a lot of the land underneath the city's probably been dug away for all these substructures. So that might, although, I don't know.
Oh, interesting. Anyways, you've answered a lot of questions for me. Another question becomes, so, call me educational purposes for.
Oh yes, I'll let you think on that. I'm gonna hop to another player.
Go
ahead. Endred. Yep. As for your question, lot of pipes, a lot of utilities running underneath these buildings that you're.
Well, I
miles.
mean, there's that. That's good. But I also mean, like, just like, do they do trade and, like, are there more factories than just these ones?
Yes, there are several groupings of 4, and or other irregular permutations.
Just
It looks
throughout
like
the city?
Yep, wherever they could buy large plots of land for cheap. So failing businesses, converting just storage warehouses into manufactorums.
What about other cities?
There isn't. It's just this one.
So this is the only place where they have these factories?
Mhm.
Um,
Raw material comes in via wagon.
okay.
They come from warehouses, which is where the influx of goods and services near one of the gates, the west gate. That's where all raw goods are brought in. They are cataloged, stored, and then those wagons go and pick them up and bring them here. So its own business. And it looks like somebody just buys the stuff at those warehouses, those depots, and then they arrange their own transportation. They pick those up and they move them here.
Okay.
A lot of the very raw materials go to a different part of town first, and they're sent to refineries. And they convert those raw materials into middle products, which are then converted into final products at the assembly lines. So there's dozens and dozens of moving parts.
Yeah. How many factories like these 4 are there?
30.
30?
30 factories. They're
And
not all production.
Is that 30 clusters of factories or 30 individual
30
buildings?
individual factories, 30 individual buildings. They don't all make the automata. Some just make the weapon system. Some make the chassis. Some make the limbs. And they all get boxed up and sent to the assembly factories where they're put together. So, all in told, there's only 12 factories that actually output automata. 6 of them produce the same one, and then the others produce different ones.
Oh. What's the same one that what does it look like?
They're more of a rank and file. They're kind of a human-shaped thing. This one looks a little bit rough around the edges on its original design, but it has some sort of mana rifle, large heavy plating, very tall, gangly, humanoid shape.
Write some stuff down in chat for fun. Should write it
let
down
me-
in journal. Let's write it in journal.
It's always
let me-
being recorded, don't forget.
Yeah, I just feel like.
Let me put this in chat for you. Maybe this will help. Monster Mayhem. Factories and microplastics.
30.
30 factories. 12 assemble. 6 factories produce rank and file, which produce. Let me see if I can find the art here. I think it's near the bottom. I got the cropped edition, but I'll get you the full art if I can find it. Boo hiss. Where did you go? I have too many assets. Oh my gosh. Need to organize. Again.
And how long does it take them to build a factory?
Pretty quick because they use a lot of mages. Probably about a
And-
week.
I'm sure Eatsley probably found this out, but who's behind all of this?
Doesn't have a Gatling, but it has a single shot mana rifle.
Oh.
They produced that one.
Probably just multiple barrels because it takes time to charge.
Yeah, kind of. I could see that. Dun, dun, dun. Ba, 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 ba. I was not expecting to have to provide this, but I should have expected it. Because Allie's formulating a plan, a plot, a scheme. Should have been put all these in a folder so I could just slap it in there. I should have known. Oh, this bothers me greatly. Where is that image? Reveal yourself to me. Oh, this is butts. Oh, there it is. Mm-hmm, mm-hmm, mm.
So these automatons have to have some kind of programming.
Hmm?
How does the programming happen?
We haven't figured that out yet.
Yep. Don't know yet. You guys are still puzzling through what the heckity hicken sauce is going on over here, man.
I'm gonna let you finish gathering that information for me, and then I'm gonna go on a deep dive investigation into the specific thinking parts of these robots.
Actually, sorry. This one actually produces. There's two factories that produce these ones, the assault units. You also discover a side factory that produces that one experiment model. So, experiment paladin. I'd have to go find that image, but I'll find it later. That one's kind of buried. There is also one side factory produces exosuits for people to pilot. They're not nearly as large. They do not produce very many. It looks like they're still in the trial phases for production of stuff. And it produces this.
Okay.
So that's what you're looking at. For people to enjoy.
Thanks.
For size and scale, the normal rank and file stand 7 feet tall. The heavies stand upwards of 12 feet tall. The command unit about 5, so about normal human height. Maybe even a bit shorter. The assassin one, or the agility fighter, it's about 6. No, actually, sorry. That one's 5 as well. The assault unit is 7 feet. And that siege unit is 3 stories tall.
Do they appear in the dreamscape?
Yes. They don't look like the ones at the tower that you guys fought in. These only the inner core and the machinery that holds the battery together kind of appear, but it's this hazy ephemeral thing, so it's not fully there on the dream, but they emulated the technology, or at least somewhat, to the automata you guys fought in the Skyhull Tower.
Okay, so there's like enough of a consciousness there for them to be in the dreamscape.
It's kind of a fleeting dream. It's not really there. Not enough intelligence. The command units do. Those pop up in the dream, but none of the other ones really do.
Okay. I want to explore where the command units are coming from.
It's a much smaller factory. They have only got one building. A ton of security. Like, we're talking incredible levels of magic security involved. They actually have multiple mages on site at all times, because this is the neural network. The command units are the most vulnerable during assembly. So that's the only building you're not able to sneak inside without a lot of effort.
Well, I want to put a lot of effort in then.
Okay.
I want in there.
What's your approach?
That I'm still working on.
Okay. Do you want to still think about it?
Yeah.
Because
it's just one building, right?
Just one building, but it has more security than any other site by a long shot.
A suggestion from Susie is find out about the people, and then you might be able to, while they're doing shifts, invade their dreams and then gain information that way.
Yeah, basically, you don't even have to go inside at that point if you can get the information from their dreams.
Okay, I'll try that.
They did not protect their workers from fucking dream entities, man.
Yay!
The majority of them are just assembly line workers. They're working on the non-essential parts. There's a couple technicians that are being paid huge bucks. They work on the headpiece, the brain box of the command units. These guys, they do have mind, runes to protect their information in their head, but it's specifically so that their thoughts aren't read or information gathered from other magics. Does not protect them from dream insertion, which they're gonna probably need to fix.
Is there any
If they
way?
figure out.
Yeah, is there any way of them figuring out what I'm doing?
Maybe. If you tamper with it too much, you may leave a dream element residue.
Okay.
If you go rooting around in there for too long or too deep.
How long are we going to be in this city, guys?
We can come back whenever. We can also prepare maybe an Evo, maybe get a few powers that allow you to be sneaky too that way. I don't know.
Yeah, we are
all I'm
thinking of doing an Evo.
All I've been wanting to suggest for our dream lady here is for them to start mass scaring people in the night. Damn her tired are gonna take her jobs.
I've got 30 moths.
Damn robots gonna take your jobs.
Just get them spreading around the standard civies. Get a basic rebellion brewing.
I mean,
Damn. Yeah.
How well has eco-terrorism worked before?
Not very
About
well, but
40% effectiveness.
We gotta go a little deeper here. Then just there's gonna be some spooking involved, don't you worry, but that's gonna just be a rung on the ladder.
Allie's got an itemized itinerary of the spooking, the when to spook, how to spook, what specific topic they're spooked on. They got a plan.
An information campaign I'm gonna lose that, but
you can win a fear campaign.
if I can do a
Don't worry, I got an information campaign starting up.
okay.
Damn monstre, spreading lies.
Yeah.
And fear. You got one of those right.
Okay, yeah, so I'm gonna spend some time just watching the dreams of these technicians. I'm not gonna interfere. I'm gonna wait for them to have work dreams.
Yeah, there is a couple interesting bits that do pop up. Some of the warehouses are temporary. They're most likely going to be moved after they clear out a specific space somewhere in the city. A very specific zone in which they're going to clear out, move the factories over. Some of the buildings are already in the proper places. They have some sort of connection to some sort of subsystem that goes below the street and might be its own conveyor system that connects different parts of the city.
Okay.
So the command factory is one of those locations, and the reason you picked this up is he got promoted from another factory that got moved. And then he was complaining about the lift system that leads to the lower quadrant, which he's not allowed to go down and fix, like the conveyor system jammed. Mm-hmm. And he's like, I can fix it. I know it's wrong. And they're like, you can't go down there. We'll fix it. But a lot of parts come up from that conveyor system and then go down.
I want down there.
It's inside the building. So.
Can I find the building that this guy was moved from?
That one's torn down.
Yeah.
You do know that it is pretty heavily protected. So if you go rooting around in the factories, you'll probably end up finding one, but it's just as magically protected.
Yeah.
And there seems to be some sort of sensory system built into some sort of device that overlooks the lift. Basically, the equivalent of our, magic security camera,
Hmm.
which none of the other buildings have, but the command one. So, you feel a lot of the machinery goes deeper too. Like, some of these buildings are pretty small, and you feel like the machinery should be bigger to be doing what it does. So it probably goes under the street as well. So, because they can't expand horizontally, so they have to expand vertically. A lot of parts, a lot of things.
What specific like metals is the machinery made from?
Looks like a lot of different metals, a lot of copper, especially copper. There's a lot of bronze and brass. Sorry, not bronze. There's a lot of brass involved. A lot of iron. Some of the support structure in some of the factories are actually made with steel. But those are mostly meant for structures and supports and frames. The rest of the machinery is much more delicate. A lot of artificer alloys. A lot of artificers come by and they mostly handle the machines, fix them up, replace parts, or even build them. And a lot of the metals you don't recognize because they're these strange alloying. Unless you have a trade metallurgist or a trade artificer.
So they're moving buildings into specific spots. Is this creating any sort of pattern that I can see?
A little bit. It kind of creates concentric, like it's all part of like this hexagonal system that stems around the major buildings in the middle, which is the royal palace. All equidistant, all facing a specific direction, it kind of forms a hexagon grid around the royal palace, the big castle in the middle.
So I'm guessing the royals probably have something to do with this. So,
oh yeah, royals and nobles. You were told last session that they're responsible for rolling these out quickly. They're all throwing funds at this, especially the royal family.
Can I start stalking some workers from the palace? I want to find out if the palace has lifts like the factory does.
Getting into the royal palace is very difficult. Just as
I don't want to get.
You don't want to get into it? Okay.
I don't want to get into it. I just want to stalk the people who come out of it.
They don't have factory workers, but they do have servants, cooks, butlers, maids. You mean those guys?
Yeah.
A lot of information be gotten from dreams. They specifically either alike or indifferent or absolutely dislike the new lifts. A lot of the guards have been replaced by automata. They patrol relentlessly and tirelessly throughout the palace.
So there are lifts going down to places that these people can't reach?
Yeah, and they're not permitted to go anywhere near those lifts.
Are there a lot of lifts?
It started out as like 1 or 2, but now there's 6.
6. Just placed randomly around the palace, or is there any sort of pattern to
those
them?
To the people involved, it's completely random. There could be a pattern.
You might have to bear your lantern into this. Look for the secrets.
Or something.
Okay, that is adequate information for now. Thank you.
Of course. Did you want me to leave you on that map, or do you want me to bring you back with the others?
You can bring me back with the others.
Roger, Dodger. Okay. All right. Susie!
I just got a question. Ashenfur,
Mm-hmm.
did you hear me when I gave you that elixir?
No.
That's what I thought. I gave you the agility elixir of Apollo. You can either use it for yourself, or since this is an Apollo based city, you could use it as leverage for something else. But that is up to you.
I understand. I am exceedingly grateful. I will probably use it for something important, but there's also an equally fair chance I will use it for something completely frivolous.
Please don't use it on something frivolous per se. You can also use it in evolution if you'd like. I can make that go wow to whatever you wanted to use it for. But it's also great as a drink, almost like.
Okay. I will ponder.
Cool. So Susie got that done. She's pretty proud of herself.
The little fate spiders in your office are starting to sketch all the fate strands of all the different moving parts that you're gathering from the team. So as Indrit's learning about what's going on with the factories and unveiling the secrets, your little fate spiders are building it's kind of like what you'd see in an old detective's place, where all the string goes from the different thumbtacks with images or pictures of people.
It's a conspiracy board.
Yes, you have a conspiracy board.
So
and your little fate spiders are building it.
Question: is this because of my my sprite evolution with adding the fate element to it, or is this just okay? Yeah. Because we also did that sprite is in the inner world, tending the garden, so they also have more things as well. That's really cool.
Also,
awesome.
your fate strands connecting to your friend network, is giving you those informations.
Since
and
that's also
you have
connected
a lot of little
now,
dudes running around.
Yeah,
you have a lot of little spiders, and they're just filling out information for you.
Perfect.
So you can always just go look at the conspiracy board.
Yeah.
Otherwise, this would be way harder for you guys. You'd have to go out, come back, and then relay the things you found in person. But now you can be like, just come check out the conspiracy board.
Susie is the network after all.
Yep.
So what I'm going to do next is I'm going to go pop into the menagerie. I'm going to take the Moon Phoenix egg, and we're going to pop up to the moon. I'm going to go to my office.
To the moon!
So I port her up, and I lift her outside to the trees, and I set her down there for now. Then I'm going to turn to my my moon sprite form, moon fate destiny sprite form, and I'm going to start teleporting around, looking for different types of moon aether stones of different grades that are not treasure, because I do not need a treasure grade. And I'm going to go start collecting those, and I'm going to spend the day doing that. While she basks in the moonlight, and I gain some aether stones for her, and then once I have those, I'm gonna go place them around in a moon shape around our phoenix egg, and prepare the catalyzation for her crackening.
Nice. One of the trees does its boughs, reaches down, scoops up the nest and all the stones, and basically holds it up, kind of like the nest was already up in the branches.
Perfect. Yeah. So I have my my thing planned because I needed to do that eventually, and since I'm working on more personal things right now anyway, I figured I would do that. So yeah, I can't wait to get the Moon Phoenix back up and running.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. That's all. That's me. That's me, guys. Off to Ash.
Floof!
Floof.
You're gonna do now, Floof? Huh?
Well, I've got a date at the Temple of Apollo,
You do?
so I'm heading to the Temple of Apollo.
Why would you do that? Busy over there.
Yep. And
Yeah.
I'm going to be properly fancy about it because I've
you
got
know.
a scheduled meeting with the High Paladin.
You do? I have a map for it. I prepared.
Yep.
Do feel free to use that as a bargaining tip. That elixir.
Oh
you
no,
never know when it
I'm
might come
about
in your
to,
rights.
because the big thing about Apollo is he never directly gives opinions to his people.
Oh yeah.
He likes to play that big high mucky muck. I'm not. No, that's caused a massive misunderstanding. I'm fixing that.
Okay.
So yeah. It'll come floating on in. Like, hello.
Welcome.
One moment, please. Let me set up the tea set. And he'll come to the middle.
Sure.
Set up his little tea set. And then he'll set up cups to either side of the table because he sets up a tea set and or a teacup and invites Apollo.
Yeah. A golden hand will reach down and pinch the teacup. And he's like, oh, wow.
And on the other side, he will set up a teacup for Idirondale.
A golden hand, or a blue hand made of moonlight will grab it.
And then he'll set up his teacup and be like, Grand Paladin, Apollo, Grand Paladin, Idirondale.
And he will offer prayers and obeisance to both.
Yep.
But it's surprising. Mindless will just kind of wait like an attendant with the teacup or the teapot to pour it.
Yeah, it'll be like, so, Grand Paladin, I noticed a big golem automata thingy.
Mm-hmm. One of the new creations from the royal house. They wish to extend Apollo's grasp or influence, or at least through us, into the field with the automata, so that we don't have to risk our knights and paladins in the martial line.
No, they wish to exterminate all monstre.
Well, young one, I am a follower of Apollo, and unfortunately, I too subscribe to his distaste for monstre.
Like, so when does distaste become a warrant for genocide?
Well,
because based on your arguments here, my mere existence, according to your current belief, in Apollo's opinion, is that I should die. I ask you. I'll ask the god and goddess here. I am more than happy for them to invoke judgment upon me. What crime have I committed to deserve death?
They're both answer. Their answer in tandem is survival of the fittest. Idarendelle supports the Monstre because they view the Monstre as the superior species to survive. Apollo thinks humans will be the superior species to survive. Survival of the fittest. And the Paladin kind of mulls over your words. All right, well, I can also pivot that on itself. We can't really expand outside this particular city and other cities like it. We are stuck, imprisoned. Anytime we venture out, we are attacked, exterminated, killed. Monstre do not tolerate human presence in what they consider their territory, and they always claim more territory than they actually use. You're also extremely territorial. Why are we pushed to the brink? Short on resources, short on food, short on space to expand the population. Why are we being purged? So, it's not genocide. It is a contest between two species. Survival of the fittest for land, territory, resource.
Oh, I know the answer for this one.
No.
I know the in-lore answer for this. Friend network.
Are you actively listening in then?
If I'm asked, I can give an answer.
Well, you weren't asked. You're just
Mhm.
You're just giving the answer. Are you listening in?
I'm always listening in if I given the chance.
Uh-huh.
He has always chipped in through the friend network.
Yeah.
But
But if you want to know the reason why, I can give it to you.
sure. What's the reason?
Because they failed to defeat the demons. It was the Monstres that did. Which is why
Well,
they were given the territory.
not necessarily. They were there too. But they couldn't do it alone. That was the problem. They had to have the Monstres help.
Yeah,
The second time they were completely defeated, and the Monstres were the ones that had to win.
Yeah, that was actually because of a lot of different parts involving distrust between the humanoids. They actually went to war with each other over the series of conspiracies and problems, and then the fractured remnants of those groups then joined the Monstre to fight.
But
So
the
it was
answer
ugly.
is they failed.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna be like, so I know the reason for this.
Mm-hmm.
And he gestures to the two gods, and it's like, and I understand their teachings of survival of the fittest. The problem we have on our mortal level is limited knowledge. So due to the bias, and it's an understandable bias, as it is one taught by the deities, but due to the zealotous nature in which the humans have taken to this bias, it is going to lead to a massive downfall, as we have seen tales of the recurrence of demons.
And
If you're talking about the failure of humankind and humanoids alike in our attempt and failure to put together a coalition force to fight off the demons. Yes.
personally, I find it a failing on both sides is because the pompous assholes in charge can't get their heads out of their asses far enough to accept that living species need to work together to fight against the chaos.
True, and it was also recorded that the monstres are a significant contributor to the growing fears, anxieties, and caution of those leading groups, and they did not wish for the humanoid species and races to come together in one coalition force. For if they were to defeat the demons, then they can turn that coalition force on conquest and turn it inwards and push out the monster species. It was not just us who brought down or caused our own downfall.
I am entirely recognizing this. And it's like, I can understand the human desire for wanting to expand and gain more land.
Sure.
I recognize that. It's an entirely understandable and respectable thing. But the problem I have is with the one idiot in charge who wants to amass an army and go on a massive slaughter spree.
That is the improper word. Conquest. That's what the current ruler of this city wishes. The king. He wishes conquest and has been given permission by the administrators for their... The time of our imprisonment is up. Our failure is forgiven, and we may expand, even if it is to go to war with those who border our territory, even if it breaks the balance. The balance will resettle afterwards. The information we were given was thus: the consequences of your own actions will be yours and yours alone to bear, as is for your species. So, I don't believe it'll stop with the promised acquisition of territory. It'll most likely, the army will grow, and the resources acquired from that new territory will then expand the army, and so on and so forth. And of course, morale will fire up, and it'll be this momentum that will be very difficult to stop until we hit a majorly defended territory. Mankind is going to push. We're going to push for more land, for more resources, more space to grow. We don't expect for this to go bloodlessly. In fact, the king is pushing to purge all threats in that area as a kind of show of force, and to feed into that bloodlust and that hatred that everyone has let fester. And it's probably best that they have an outlet. Hatred builds to an intolerance point, and it needs release. Even if it leads to our own destruction and subsequent elimination by the forces thereof. I know this. This is going to go poorly in some manner. Your collective presence here almost ensures it. If you move in the day, I will know. If the light of the sun touches you, your presence is known to me. And I know all of you have made moves. I'm not going to stop it, though. I'm not going to interfere. But I have to play my part in the church. If I am removed from office, the individual who will replace me will be everything you fear, everything you hope does not have a position of power and influence. A true zealot of Apollo that will see no reason and will not respect any of the other gods as they should. And they will bring fire and wrath with them. I can't let that happen. That will guarantee our downfall. Lack of respect for the other 9 gods is a recipe for disaster. So, there are many entities here who wish for this to go another way, but the people won't have it. This has been building and festering for a long time, centuries. And if we don't do something about it,
So
it'll be catastrophic anyways.
So part of the reason I've come here is kind of to do what I've wanted to do.
Mhm.
Because the way it's going, the way I see it, is there's too high of a possibility of the human species being wiped out.
Yes, either by ourselves
Or by another.
or by monstrous assistance.
So my thought is I have completed the recognition. I have completed the tasks. I have but one necessity, and that is to create that which does not exist.
Which is?
Oh, I'm going to create a pocket world. And
well, we will not tolerate being the one who has to enter the pocket world. Mankind is too fearful.
I'm not demanding. I am seeking those who may. I'm looking for volunteers.
Well, unless they're eccentric or seekers of knowledge, you will not get any here. Our people are too fearful of many things. Fear of the unknown is one of them, and fear of lack of control is the other. And those two together, those ride potently in everyone's chests, and it's at the back of everyone's mind. They will say, turn to your own species if you're willing, if you're going to look for volunteers. We have a collective, whether or not it's true, or if it's just a delusion, an expectation, a God-given right, even if it's an improper phrase, that we are owed something. We're the favorite of Apollo, who is the high god in the pantheon, the one the other 9 respect. And as followers of Apollo and his favorite species, his favorite children, we all are under the delusion that we are owed more than our current situation. That we should not be imprisoned within our own cities. That we should be the dominant species of the land, not you. However delusional that is. But it is a fervor, a full blaze in everyone's mind and heart in the city. You will not be able to put out that fire.
I'm not expecting to. like I said, I'm wanting to save those who do not hold that, which would be the children.
Hmm.
And I know that the Church of Apollo holds many orphanages.
Well, if they are from a family, I will oppose you. But those without families and are raised by sponsored institutions, that is entirely up to you if you want to get involved. A lot of the orphanages are underfunded in some aspects, or underappreciated, or understaffed. A lot of things have been cut for this new war effort. But there's several military academies that are receiving that funding, and those orphans are being relocated there if they have the aptitude for it. Same with the Mage Tower. Mage Tower is taking in all children with magical aptitude at this point. And even the Clock Tower is willing to offer education in technical skills, such as artificing, engineering, carpentry, mason work, for those who do not get accepted into the magical tower and the military academies. So I would look into the Clock Tower. They're one of the major forces willing to open up their doors. And they are the only really neutral faction in the city. If you get accepted into the military academy or the Mage Tower, you are expected to contribute back to the organization that housed, trained, fed you, gave you somewhere to sleep, took care of you. Mage Tower, same. Military academy, the same. And the Clock Tower does have a payback system, but they take a piece of your wages instead of demand that you return through service. So I'd look there and see if you can siphon as many of those orphans to the Clock Tower as possible. They'll need more staff and resources to do that. But if you're willing to pitch in, you can reduce the number of individuals being funded or fueled and sent to these militarized camps. Even the Mage Tower is a militarized camp at this point. They're training soldiers, really. So, or you can just go abduct all the kids from all the orphanages with a giant magic array. But I will warn, the city is equipped for teleportation interception. So if you're going to do it, probably do it beneath the table, be clever about it. And if the kids are all accounted for through a system that they all recognize and respect, that's why I suggested the Clock Tower. That way no one can raise an eyebrow, no one gets suspicious, no one can really complain, and if they do, the Clock Tower is powerful enough to just brush them off. So.
Well, that's saddening.
It can be, yes. But here in the church, you and yours are welcome. As long as you don't cause problems or pick a fight.
Well,
but so you and yours, if you need refuge from zealous and the ignorant, you can always find safety here in the cathedral.
It's I recognize this, and I have no qualms about the cathedral, but I I am an innocent creature,
Mm.
but
Mm.
Even one of innocence such as myself, if pushed to an
Also
extreme
have
to prevent a
one legendary
genocide,
action point. I meant one.
is capable of performing a citywide extermination.
I understand that. But this is going to happen. Either you and yours are somehow able to stop what's coming, which I don't think you will. You can slow it, you can complicate it, but it's going to happen. I understand your position. You are someone who most likely won't resort to violence in such a way without, as you said, being pushed to the breaking point. It'll be by territory first, and if I understand Monstre well enough, it's not particularly genocide as it is claiming territory. Genocide is complete elimination of a people. And if I understand correctly, Monstre have a habit of reforming all over the continent.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Well, I just wanted to come in and have a chat, see
you're
if there
welcome
were
to.
possibilities.
There are some possibilities, but most of it's too far gone. This needed to be looked into a long time ago. But your people are complacent with the territories they have claimed, patrolled, owned for a long time, and they were content with letting the humans do what they do inside their territory. Now we have prepared, we've readied, and the final preparations are about to fall into place. I will use what power I have. I won't be able to stop it, but I can contain it. And I don't mind working with you to see if you can get your people in those locations to evacuate, or at least let you know which direction we will be moving. Although that could be treasonous. Now, what am I saying? It is treasonous, and that could get me not only removed from office but killed.
It's like he's just gonna smile. There is no need for that. I have my own means, but I will promise this out of kindness and respect. If you ever need a place to go because you have been displaced or threatened, do not be afraid to call on me. I can always use more teachers.
I appreciate it, but I cannot abandon my post. If I abandon my post, it'll be filled, and I'll have no control over who fills it. I will also be branded, most likely a traitor, a heretic, a blasphemer. And all of those who I've trained, everything I've touched, everything I have done will be contaminated, just along with my name. I have made quite a legacy of understanding, of open-mindedness and tolerance. They will all be rounded up, all my work, all my people, all my students, and they will be sent to camps, and you'll never see them again. They will be extracted of of all information they know, and everything I will have done will be purged. And that will make way for a new regime. I appreciate the offer, but I cannot risk it. Even if I...
No. Based on what you've said and your estimations, I'm saying that once what you are expecting to occur occurs, call my name, and I will bring you away.
I cannot. I know you're trying to be helpful, but once it has occurred, I will be on the War Council. I will have a seat at the table that makes the decisions. I can be a voice of reason. I can tell them what I need to tell them to get them to stop, or at least pause.
Fair enough.
There needs to be a voice of reason at that table. There has to be. And there has to have enough influence. There has to be enough power behind it that I am heard. There cannot be another yes man at that table.
Well, best I could do for you right now is to help in that expectation. So I will do this. And I'm going to pull out a simple lantern blat. And I'm going to etch into the bottom of the lantern the necessary runes to hold a flicker of what he knows is a sacred flame.
Mhm.
And I'm just going to basically make a lantern that those under its light can't speak a lie.
Well, they
I am-
can speak a lie if they don't know they are lying. If you remember the wording on it, it was malicious and purposeful lies.
Yes, and that's why I'm using runes to improve it, to make it to where they can't speak it.
Even if it's incorrect. That is a rune set you do not have, because that is a divine database that your runes would have to tap into to know all truths and basically fact check everything that is said in front of it
Fair. That's a little too
before
much.
it's even said. That's thousands of runes, including God's tongue.
Yeah, that's a little too much.
But you can improve it. You can amplify it so that potentially it sounds a little hollow when they speak a truth, or they speak a falsehood unintentionally. It'll sound hollow.
That works. And it's like, do you need me to make a roll on this?
Nah, you're fine.
Okay. I'll make this lantern, hand it to him, and a little card that says what it does.
I know it may not mean much, but you can find an ally in mine. That does not mean everyone at the cathedral. There's many factions here, especially now.
Yeah.
But me and my faction, you can consider allies.
Well, in that case, you can considering I gained the completion once I made that lantern, because it's something new. You can consider a celestial designer a friend.
I suppose I could. All right.
Waiting for the oven to beep so I can bake the biscuits.
Well, I'm going to go gather the materials I need to begin making pocket worlds because my goal is to prevent any species from dying out.
Well, I might recommend you traveling to Lorena's private library. They're one of the only actual monstray species that has been in this city for a while.
Yeah, I'll just look at Ionis. You know where that is?
Yeah, I didn't know it was a monstray establishment. It is. If you check the records all the way back to the founding of the city, a mysterious library, or basically a bookstore with curiosities, has always been there, and it's run by a individual by the name of Lorena, which we do know is a moniker or fake name. It is a den for dragons, older dragons that take human form and wish to converse with other dragons. And it has been like that since the city's founding.
Well then. I very much enjoyed tea. I will
I have as
head
well.
to visit this library, I guess.
Be cautious. They are territorial. But I imagine you would know that.
Yeah, but they can be as territorial as they want. I have to care.
Fair. And you are a bit fireproof, despite all the floof.
Oh, hilariously enough, even the big angry boy out in the desert couldn't burn me.
The Desolator.
Yeah.
Hmm.
He couldn't burn me either.
Then you must have a special defense against dark fire.
Yeah, it's tasty. It's like ignites dark fire on one of his tails, begins licking it. It's like a lollipop.
Ah, of course. Very well. I do have things to attend to.
Yep.
I thank you for your time.
If you ever need any help with anything or getting anything made, pulls up a card, hands it to him.
Maybe. We'll see. I do appreciate the gesture, though. It's,
All right. Well,
well.
I will see you later. I'm off to visit some dragons.
Goes without saying. I suppose. Be careful.
Nah, I'm gonna have fun with it.
Very well.
So long! And I will float away with Einless heading towards the library.
Yeah. Susie, your conspiracy chart takes a dark turn.
Oh. Uh-oh.
All that information from the T.
Yep.
The T. Oh gosh, what is that called? Where it wouldn't be a brunch. It's not really a meeting.
Tea time.
Tea time, yeah. Spills across your conspiracy board, and
Of course.
It goes from a maybe to a probably to a this is happening.
Yeah.
It doesn't clarify when, but something much bigger is afoot. Much bigger. There's a couple really important key pieces missing.
My guess, the Royals are being influenced by the demons. They're going to start a war while we're both fighting. They're going to come up and fuck our day. Let's see what happens.
Yeah, a little conspiracy theory board pops up, and
writes that down.
All that stuff. All your theories are on the sideboard. Anyone in the group can also teleport to the conspiracy board if they ever want to just kind of pause and take it all in.
Oh, by the way, I am using a Destiny fragment to when we do the catalyzing of our Moon Phoenix.
Cool. I bet you will. With your super special techniques. Yeah. All right. That said, Susie, as you're looking it over, one of the faction boards pop up. It's a conspiracy board addendum. Looks like the Grand Paladin and his faction is firmly in the Alliance side. Downside, if he is removed from his position, things take a nasty turn with haste.
Right on.
And your collective appearance has put his position of power in jeopardy because he's considered a sympathizer with the enemy and a traitor.
We should put him on the clock.
Yeah, his display of tolerance, understanding, and open-mindedness for when the apostles showed up and he silenced all the people in the room, which is the logical thing to do considering they're direct apostles of specific gods in the Pantheon, that didn't do him any favors.
Well,
in fact, it really badly harmed his reputation.
What we should do is have Eatsley go full lawyer and make sure we have things in place so he can't get removed through law.
I might recommend getting him a approval recognition type of thing from Apollo, something that
he already does by the paladin position, the Grand Paladin. He literally wears the trappings of Apollo.
Yeah, but what's going on right now is that the trappings don't matter anymore because the people have lost faith in him because he acted in the way he should.
Yeah, he consorted with the enemy and didn't have them imprisoned and executed.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. Their belief in that fact is heresy.
No, it's not.
They're going. They're believing that Apollo is wrong.
No, they believe he is wrong. He is misinterpreting Apollo's word, and he does not wish for the divine judgment of Apollo to be brought down upon the great enemy, and that he is complacent, out of touch.
I have a solution for this, GM.
Mm-hmm.
Gonna have to wait until my duel, though.
Yeah. Yeah. So the Clock Tower Grandmaster is in the firm neutral column. They will not take sides. And they're the only representative of Kronos.
I feel insulted, but okay.
Oh, well, sorry. But do you have a shrine to Kronos?
No, but I carry his artifact. I do worship him.
You have an artifact, but you do have a shrine to his visage, his name?
No, not yet.
Then you are not a worshiper. You are a supporter.
Hmm?
But the Clock Tower is in the firm neutral column. A lot of enemies in the bad column. In the maybe column is the Bureau of Rites, Hymns, and Rituals. A lot of the individuals in there are staunch believers of their god, and that their words should be represented fairly and truly. But there's also a faction in there that are just yes men. figureheads, people planted there by other factions. So there's a war inside that bureau for, which way which way they lean. They want to stay neutral, but they're starting to tip towards imperialism. So something to look in that. The Adventurers Guild is heavily leaning towards the imperialistic side.
Of course, that means more money.
More money, more prestige, more opportunity for fame. And a lot of that is led by Radiant Tier adventurers. Because they are bored and are wanting this, basically a crusade. They want this conflict so they can further improve. They can get the resources they need to advance, make a name for themselves, maybe gain a noble title or land, because owning land as a Radiant Tier adventurer is still harder to get officially assigned land than it is to actually become a Radiant Tier. So if they claim territory in the name of the Human Kingdom, they may be landowners, which is huge. So there's a lot of support behind that. A lot of people are like, well, if the Radiant Tiers can too, if I contribute, I can be upgraded. So the Adventurers Guild is starting to actually form a schism. There's a group that is starting to form a privateer grouping faction, which is Crown-sponsored mercenary group.
Okay.
They get to keep their guild license, but there's a current kerfuffle, let's say, in the Adventurers Guild. Their bylaws state that you can't do that as an adventurer. You can't go serve the crown because that is joining a military. But they're like, no, we're just doing mercenary work on the side. We're privateers. We're funded by a sponsor, a client, but an ongoing client, like mercenary bands have. So there's a big legal debate in the Adventurers Guild. The Adventurers Guild wants to revoke all the licenses and privileges of all the individuals who've joined the privateer faction. But they're fighting to keep those licenses because they're not joining the military. So, because the Adventurers Guild does not want to be caught in this this imperialistic crusade, because that'll be the end of business for them.
Mm-hmm.
They'll have to shut down completely. So, because if the individuals get to keep their licenses as privateers, the crown can then use the excuse to then absorb and annex the Adventurers Guild, and all of those specialists become part of the military formally. Or they're out of work and they're not allowed to be mercenaries. They're trying to basically edge out this very powerful but small faction so that they're no longer a variable. Either you can't be a mercenary or an adventurer anymore, or you join the military. That's what they're trying to do.
Gotcha.
And the only way the Adventure Guild stays alive is they find a legal reason to revoke all licenses of individuals who join the privateer faction. That's the only way they're gonna survive this as a business, an organization. Yeah.
I wonder now, wouldn't, if the Adventurers Guild got recognized by a neutral deity as an organization, to have said deity act as the weight behind their rules?
No, because the Adventurers Guild is actually sponsored by the administrators. They are permitted to be in operation because they are a neutral faction. A lot of them are biased in their work. They go after Monstray. But some adventure guilds actually allow Monstray to have license cards and go do jobs. So they're a neutral faction supported by administrators, and administrators are sponsored by all the gods.
So this is so this is the royals trying to muscle in on administrator dictated rules.
They're sponsored by it. That doesn't mean they're protected by it. Basically, the Adventure Guild is permitted to operate by the administrators so that not a single god sponsors and then takes possession of the Adventurers Guild. It's kind of a neutral way so that the Pantheon doesn't fight itself over this cool thing. So it's not protected, especially now that the probation is over from the last war. Balance may be unhinged for the upcoming era.
I want to ask a question here to the High Priest.
Sure. The Ziki ones? The High Priest and the Records Keeper? Or the Rights Keeper?
Yeah. First, I'm going to ask how secure the room is.
Not very. We're just talking normal rights and procedures.
Secondary question is, how many people here can speak God's tongue?
All the official priesthood of Ziki can. The higher priests of the other gods can, but it is a requirement for the followers of Ziki, high and low, to be able to read and speak somewhat in God's tongue. The higher your position, the more you're expected to know and are tested on regularly. Writing, on the other hand, myself, the Rights Keeper, and 6 others of the followers of Ziki here. Mind you, there's only 50 of us in the city. So 8 out of 50, 16% of our group can, which is significantly more than any other group.
Well, my temple has 100% efficiency rating.
All right. And how many people are in that temple? Just you?
Yes.
Well, that's why.
Besides that, no. I wish to ask and inquire about somebody who, I think came to the capital. You walk amongst nobility?
Occasionally. They don't really like to associate with Ziki, who is known to be a Monstray supporter, a Monstray sympathizer in some cases. So a lot of our priesthood is pressured to turn their back. But once you've made a vow to Ziki, you must serve, and we all know that. But getting new members to join the priesthood of Ziki has been very, very difficult. I think we've taken on 5 in the last couple years.
Okay. But you walked amongst nobility and adventurers, though.
Adventurers, yes. Nobility, not so much anymore. Mostly only at funerals in the graveyard. And even then, they don't really like us there. They'd rather have a priest of Apollo.
I'm looking for somebody.
Who may that be?
And I'm going to describe Notch.
How great in detail do you do that?
Enough to explain who they are without enough to get her attention.
I don't know any one of those descriptions. The eyes, though, maybe. The king ended up getting a new advisor. Just recently, actually. Although they haven't really done much. They're very impotent, as we think. But I don't know. It may be that individual, but I doubt it. It's one person among dozens of advisors. But the eyes kind of match, I guess. None of the physical descriptions at all match.
Huh. Would you be able to get a meeting with them for me?
Oh, heavens, no. I can ask, but my communications are either left unread, thrown in the rubbish bin, or burned before reading. My word's not what it used to be. If you would go to the Paladin in the Church of Cathedral of Apollo, then absolutely, they read all of their communications.
I see. You've been a lot of help.
Well, here, let me help potentially if you're trying to get this communication. There's certain groups that are in decline and certain groups that are ascendant. So Apollo is ascendant. Direndale would be in descent if they were not the direct wife of Apollo, but they are considered a Monstrace sympathizer and supporter, so they are in decline even with their association with Apollo. Nareem, we have one remaining temple and a dozen followers of Nareem. They exist by the aqueduct. They also have a position here, of course, but they are in a worse condition than we are. Nareem is also a sympathizer to Monstre, but also humans alike, since they don't discriminate. But that doesn't matter.
I do remember when their false priest came to try and take down our little home.
Oh, yes. They're here. They made it out of the desert.
Oh.
Crippled. Their forces, badly. They are an embarrassment and an exile, but you will most likely see them resurgent. And willing to do anything to restore their family name and personal name in the upcoming actions. Paragonus, he's still actively worshipped, but heavily regulated right at the moment. But the Mage Tower and the Clock Tower are supporters, so they are still they're neutral. They haven't ascended or declined. Vicarum is Vicarum. He's got 5 here. 5 followers, but he is in decline. But his people are ascendant. There's a darkness in the city, and his priesthood has grown significantly more powerful.
She should be showing up soon. Excited.
Saragatos, they are exactly where they were. Harvest life, fertility. So maybe slightly ascendant. Lothalos, order, purpose, progress. They are an ascendant's two-faced reveler. Descending, decline, duplicitousness, and seeing perspectives from multiple sides. It's just not. There's no room for it. It's you pick one side or the other, which you would think that would support them, and in this case, their priesthood is ascendant, just like Vicarum's, but the actual order. The amount of followers is in decline.
Mhm.
Tel Previ, neutral, and then of course Ziki is in decline. So, if you're looking for groups to join to get access to important information and people, go to the Apollos Cathedral. That's your best option.
You've been great help.
I'd try. And we very much appreciate, despite the frustration and inconvenience that you suffered from in regards to the rights and whatnot. But we appreciate your help and your blessings.
I will go speak to those in the Temple of Apollo.
Of course.
And yeah, if you give him like a curt bow,
Yeah. Go do
and make
that.
its way over.
Mm-hmm.
So I wanna see. I have a bad hunch. I know what's going on.
Alright.
On the way though, but he will write out a simple letter.
You're able to meet with the Grand Paladin for about 5 minutes.
Go on. I was wondering if I can get a meeting with one of the king's advisors.
They're not really taking visitors right now. Not unless you're able to show up in person, and then you're able to actually get access to the palace.
At the very least, I want to describe the person again.
Yes. They can hide from others, but they can't hide from me. They've taken on a new face, but they've been here for years.
Mhm. I was wondering if you're able to give them a simple letter for me.
I can try.
I'm going to hand them the letter.
Am I permitted to read this ahead of time, or does it need to remain sealed?
You may read it if you so wish.
You'll open it in front of you.
One thing it says is there shall be no secrets between the pair of us.
A coded message then. Very well. He'll hand it back for you to reseal it.
I'll reseal it.
Yes. Apollo's light has blessed me. I am able to see through some falsities, although this individual is much more powerful at these falsehoods than I expected. Even my illusion-piercing eyes has trouble, and it's become more cloudy of late. They are the description you gave me underneath that guise, but they've been here since this king's reign, and the king's reign before that. Different face.
Would you like to know why?
I imagine why. They're poison. They are, I imagine, behind this illogical fervor, this fire of intolerance and hate. Or at least one of the engines that have done this. But they are not the most staunch. That would be a different house.
No. But they will be the reason why humanity is stuck in their city again. And why you will lose again.
I am
Man,
not powerful enough to fight them.
Of course not.
There's something strong beyond what I'm able to detect about them.
I'm gonna look at the Grand Paladin Gormir in the eyes at this point, and I'm go, humanity has already lost to them twice.
That makes far too much sense. But, again, speculation without proof means nothing, even if I wholeheartedly believe you. And I've had my suspicions as well. They're able to do things that no one else can, which means they operate on a different set of rules than we do. That puts a lot of pieces for the puzzle into place.
Yes. So just know that when you march, you're not marching to Apollo.
Hmm.
You will be marching the wills of those
Well,
others.
not on my watch, but I have to be careful to when I would strike this creature. It's not someone I can take lightly, nor should you, since you already seem to know more of them than I do.
Hmm.
You would say
And-
they would be a force to be reckoned with, yes?
Very much so.
Very well. I will see if I can acquire one of the relics from this cathedral, with Apollo's blessing, of course. An evil banishing blade. Would you consider them evil?
By your definition, yes.
I see.
But I
And
think by
your
your
definition?
definition, no. Then again, I think most would consider Gellerman evil.
Most are, but most don't even have a full mind of their own. They're told what to do by more powerful Skellerman.
Mm-hmm. But us Gellerman wouldn't consider ourselves evil. I have a
Well,
question.
time is up. I have to go. I will
Understood.
deliver your message, if I can.
Are you gonna be there at the tournament tomorrow or the duel?
I will, yes.
Understood.
I must be. If I am not, you will most likely not make it out of the dueling arena. I will have to uphold fairness. I will have to uphold the result. And you must have free and safe passage to and from no matter that result. But this will be with greater stakes than just your duel, your confrontation with this individual. There will be significance, meaning metaphor, expectations involved. There will be a larger crowd than you'll be expecting.
Hmm.
And no, I did not advertise for this. I did not push for people to come and observe. This was meant to be a private affair. But anyone of the temple may show, and anyone who happens to be at the arena at that time. If there's a seat available, they may have it.
Good luck.
I should say that for you, but honestly, I might. So, much appreciated. And he'll turn, spin on his heel, and go to his next appointment.
Yep. He's gonna make his way to the arena.
Susie, a name you did not expect appears up on that board. That conspiracy board.
Notch?
And it appears in a place you don't expect. Yeah, Notch.
Matt, I was literally like, hey, demons, Notch should have been very close together.
True. It may be Notch.
But it might be another
with your
one.
assumption,
Yeah.
It might be another one. They could be working together with another one. Notch may be manipulated by an elder demon. Because, Notch is not in a great place mentally and spiritually.
I know one way to help with Notch, and that is to figure out the Radiant adventurers that betrayed her. If we can get them out in the open and distract Notch, maybe we can take that off the board.
You could, but that information would be very hard to get your hands on.
Oh, I'll just use a Apollo and Idirondale token.
I mean, that'll do it. Damn, that's a very expensive use.
Oh, don't worry, I get it back. Because I'm blessed.
You're blessed. Yes, you do.
Just gonna drop the deity dong on the table and be like, "I'm gonna fix this."
Yeah, but it's great because thanks to Eatsley's alcohol, I have that blessed status still, and the next favorite token I use is returned to me. So,
oh, that's right. You got a lot going on for you. That's a pretty intelligent use.
I'm sorry, I missed that. What was the favorite token for?
To get the information regarding the team who betrayed Notch.
Oh, we have that information.
All the team members?
Well, we know who all they were, and we know that we killed the last one Notch was looking for. Because they went to what was that place called?
You talking about the bank?
No, the Blood Temple.
Blood Temple. Oh, okay.
Kali.
Yeah, they went to Kali. That's where they gave me their blood, so Kali would kill them.
Yeah. Oh, I remember the mercenary. I do remember that. I just didn't think that was the only one. I knew there was a few.
It extends beyond just the Radiant adventurers. You can go after their support staff. You can go after their families, their kids, people who conspired to get those adventurers to betray her in the first place. Like, there's a lot you can go after.
Truth and lies.
I was actually wondering if I can borrow that one to Apollo.
Oh.
I'm going to have to play for it. If I beat the Paladin, I'm going to use the favor token.
Okay.
Just flex on him a bunch.
We can put that in the back pocket.
Well, so the idea there is, if I beat them, I'm going to use the favor token to have Apollo redeem the Paladin.
Oh, that would be a very odd play. Damn.
Mm-hmm. Because I would force Apollo to redeem them because they have lost twice to a Monstre, and on top of that, someone of Ziki. They would lose their status as Paladin.
Oh, okay.
And if I do that, I force him to redeem them. And in recompense of that, force them to work with us.
You have to be very, very careful of the use and the wording, but can be done. As for the conspiracy board, it's starting to fill out nicely.
Mm-hmm.
There definitely is a war table. It's got 6 seats on it. King has one. Looks like the Grand Arbiter has one. Trying to figure out who has a seat at the war table is probably going to be pretty important, because then you can trace everything that person touches. So, advisors wouldn't get a seat at the table. They'd be major figures. Maybe the Grand Master of the Clock Tower, but they're so neutral. Probably not.
Mhm.
Who are the missing 4?
Probably the head researcher and or designer / builder of the automata.
We wouldn't be on the
They
war
wouldn't be on the war
council.
table. They'd be
No, his sponsor would be though.
yes, the sponsor would. The guy giving him his workshop, paying for all of his research, buying the factories, like the guy with the money, the guy with the power
Right.
and the position.
Well, following the money would be the easiest solution in that.
There's a lot of money moving around.
You also need to know who the bank is. Who's funding this?
The Crown is funding this, the automata. But who funded it before the Crown did?
Well, so here's the thing too, right? Just because the Crown can fund it, they probably can't fund all of it.
Yeah, no, not even close. Because they still need some in the war chest.
Yeah. I'm going to send a notary. I'm going to send a notary to the Bank of Sands.
All right.
That one, that there's a war coming about this.
Mhm.
And 2, I haven't. I have a large amount of money in there. And items.
You are fine. They do not support that city in any way, but they will warn you that the bank may have to undergo a temporary foreclosure for a relocation. The Pharaoh has pulled a significant portion of his money out.
I see.
Which means he is either pulling support from the bank or he's funding something big.
Yes.
Funding something big.
I would like.
Yeah.
I, as a Skeleton and a top tier investor in the bank, would like to 1, see if I have any favor tokens in the bank, and 2, if they would be so willing, I would be willing to write them a writ.
Well, that can be discussed, but that will have to be done in person, that type of communication. Writs have to be received by hand, as is part of the bank's policy. No dropping off of a writ. It needs to be hand delivered and hand received.
Oh, I 100% expect that, but that's why I'm doing a courtesy of sending a letter in advance.
They very much appreciate this. They will see if they can, with your permission, look through your bank records to see if they can locate and quantify favor tokens. And they will have that number for you when you arrive.
And yes.
They also would like to ask if you would like to potentially exchange some of your wealth for favor tokens in the bank, because they do have some in their treasure hoard that can be exchanged for other forms of wealth.
If I have none in mind, then I'll have no problem exchanging wealth for favor tokens.
They'd imagine you'd have at least a couple in your as a premium account holder.
Understood.
But it may be less than you'd expect.
Are the ones I'm wanting.
All right. We're not going to do the fight until next session because we got about 28 minutes left. Let's make one more round. Indrid, what you up to?
Causing calamity.
In what particular flavor and delivery system is this calamity being procured?
Well, Susie's gonna send me to another continent. And then I'm just gonna go to various human populated places. and try out my bracelet and then rescue people for calamity points.
Look, I brought problems. I will save you from them. Why?
For fun.
Okay, I'll write that out for you.
Okay.
In between the next session.
Okay, thank you.
Do post that in a private PM as so I can have it in record.
Okay.
So I can send that to you. Yes. Yes. Susie.
Susie would like to. Well, one thing she does is she gets our Mothman into a moon portal. Brings her out first.
Okay.
Her office has all these different different spots that you can go to different continents at. So she's just gonna send the Mothman with her boat and
Boat.
off into the distance to wherever she wants to bring calamity.
They're on a boat.
They're on a boat. Next thing is she's gonna catalyze. She's gonna catalyze the Moon Phoenix.
Okay, we'll have to do that in between session.
Yeah, I think
So
that would be quite
that
exciting.
in a PM to me as well.
Of course.
Okay. Floof!
Tweet, motherfucker.
What? That's not a thing.
Where's the Moon Phoenix coming up?
Yeah, there's a Moon Phoenix coming up, but not yet. What are you doing to close out the session?
The floof is going to go about to the various orphanages, like recommended,
Mhm.
and begin disappearing, absconding with the little ones.
Mm.
But he's going to do it in a way that is not really known. For the first time, he's going to swap to his human form.
Mm.
And he's going to go around in the ridiculously expensive clothing that he has.
With Einless as your attendant.
Yep. And begin recruiting children to be trained as attendants and eventual guards, perhaps mages, you know?
Mhm.
It's...
So you're getting ahead of it, and you're just going to clear out these orphanages top to bottom.
Yep.
Okay.
Because I have an entire tower set to teach and train the youth in the dungeon that I can just port all these people to.
Cool. Yeah, and there you'll start clearing them out. Okay, and then last thing, Eatsley. You're getting ready for the fight, but
they're going to be sitting in the dueling grounds, meditating, preparing, and see if anyone is pulled up to either A, try to assassinate him, or B, talk to him beforehand.
so you're gonna go talk to the coordinator?
No,
Sorry.
they're just sitting
You're
in.
kind of quiet.
One sec.
I'm gonna go take a shower.
Okay, babe.
Good night, Ellie.
No.
What he's going to do is really simple.
Yeah.
He's going to go to the battlegrounds.
Yeah.
And meditate in them.
Okay.
Seeing if anyone's either bold enough to assassinate him, or bold or foolish enough to assassinate him, or brave enough to talk to him.
Groundskeeper will. Starts with, you mind moving out of the way for a minute? I just need to get at that spot you're sitting on.
Oh yeah, no, sure.
Thank you, sir. All right, that's all done. So he goes back to sweeping the field. Big deal tomorrow.
Yeah, it is.
Are you ready?
Ready as I'm ever gonna be.
Okay. Did they explain you the procedure? How it's gonna work?
I'm assuming 2 people enter the ring and 1 person leaves.
No, not really. So you can't start in the arena, of course. That way there's no tampering. You'll be sent to a specific room. You'll have attendants. They'll give you the prep you need, or if you just want some privacy, you can have that. Then when you're called, you'll be brought in. You'll walk when prompted, and then you'll enter the arena the exact same time as the other. And then you'll engage in the duel. Fight when they say begin, or whichever method of start they like to use. Fight until a winner is declared. But blood can be spilled, but life should not be taken in the dueling grounds. Now, knowing these guys, Monstre, he kind of gives you a wink, aren't killed when defeated. The Monster Corps. So it's not really taking your life. Which means they operate under different rule sets. Which means they can go for a kill. But you won't die because you have the god's blessing and protection with that Monster Corps. Which means you can be brought back to life. But you probably won't be. You'll be probably held hostage or worse.
True.
So
Good
they
thing I
have an
don't plan on living.
advantage because they can go after you with more lethal techniques. Whereas you have to hold back a little bit. Unless, of course, you just don't care. I mean, I've seen people go, well, you know what? Fuck that. I don't give a shit. Even if they declare me a loser, or the loser for the duel because I didn't pull my punches. I mean, up to you. Yeah, you also have to make a political decision. There's a lot of people showing up tomorrow, and there'll be quite a commotion if the Apollo Paladin is not declared the winner. So,
I'll be a riot if I kill them too.
oh, you won't make it out alive if you do. They're people they don't have their heads on right these days. You know?
I mean, I don't think they ever did.
No, they did. They did. It's not been for a while. I'll agree. Yeah. But when my grandfather was still around, let's just say they were the best versions of themselves. So, yeah. Hasn't been that way in a while, though.
Well, hopefully, I'll come back to that soon.
Yeah.
So,
I understand why you're meditating.
Mhm.
There's a lot on people's minds. Probably a lot on yours. But
yeah.
I'll make sure everyone doesn't bother you. So you can have your peace and quiet.
Oh, I mean, I came here to see if someone wanted to bother me.
Oh gosh, no, they're not gonna ruin that opportunity, they're gonna. They're not gonna do anything foolish. Not here. So.
Well, maybe.
Equipment, by the way, there's a limit.
Mhm.
No divine items.
Sure.
No aetheless items.
Mhm.
Yeah. There may be an instance in which you're not allowed to use personal armors or weapons. They may even decide that provided weapons.
Let me see.
So, because some weapons are just a little too lethal.
I can imagine.
Yeah. There's been several duels here, and they had to put that in place because the two radiant tiers who were going to fight each other, their weapons were collateral damage weapons.
I think I know how that goes.
Yeah.
Well, I figured, you're brave enough to come into my house and try and kill me. You should be brave enough to be able to come here and fend for your life.
Well, I'll give you a little tip. If you don't like your odds, you can ask for battle dress, which is cloth armor, in case they come in wearing sacred raiments, which would not be fair to you. And then you can also ask for either provided weapons with an edge. You can also ask for a provided weapon with a dulled edge. You can even ask for training, wooden swords.
That's fair.
So don't think you don't have autonomy. Downside, it's a back and forth thing. So if the end of it, if you ask for something, the other individual also gets to set a term, and then it's back and forth until all the turns are either balanced or no additional terms are set.
I see.
Yeah. A lot of people don't do their research before they step in, just kind of a lose before they even began type of thing.
No, that's fair.
Oh,
No,
if you like, I can bring you over a rule book for the dueling arena.
No, I think I was going in with a lot more cockiness. Because what's the word? They weren't going to win.
Well, people, I've heard that before. Myself, my father, and his father, and so on. They aren't going to win. They can't win. They're not supposed to win. It's dueling arena. If it was actual combat, probably. But this is a civilized space, where people of education and civility and rules and sophistication participate in structured combat.
That's where humans attempt to be civilized. I would like to see these instructions.
All right. I've seen people lose on a technicality before, and at the end of the day, they just say you were uneducated and unprepared, and that counts as a full loss, like as if they beat you in combat. Yeah, and he actually reaches in, pulls out from his waistband at the small of his back a paper booklet with all the arena rules that looks like it's been thumbed through for decades.
Let's see.
That's what my father gave me when I took the position. So that's the original rules and not the addendum, the new rules that they put in a decade ago. Fights haven't been the same, but you can use the old rules if you'd like. You'd have to declare that you're following the terms of the duel as a term via the old rules, but it could give you an advantage if you're a scrappy fighter.
I am.
Okay, because the new rules use a point system for strikes. The old system was put your opponent down, kick them out of the arena space so they ring out. Basically, you can actually kick their ass. It's not this civilized, you hit each other for points. I think it's stupid. Because if you're using magic weapons and magic armor, what's the fucking point?
There's 2 rules to a fight. You, me, and the ground.
And then you want to use the old rules. That way, when that way you don't have to worry about points. I think it's stupid, but gotta adapt with the times, I suppose. So, the rules of the arena for the new rules are hung up on that big plaque over there. You'd have to get up and walk over to read it, but that's the old rules. But once you're done, I would like that back, though. It's my only copy left.
Fair.
Yeah.
If you read it, yeah, it's put into the Mind's Palace, so you can always just get another one.
Yeah, I'm gonna start kind of looking it over.
It's pretty simple rules. 3 ways to win: ring out, surrender, or you're rendered unable to fight. And there's a whole section of what that means. Unable to fight. Unconscious for more than 30 seconds is one of them.
I think.
If they're down and unconscious, don't fuck them over. You got to let them see if they can come to and get back up.
Yeah.
So no hitting them while they're down. If they're still conscious while they're down, that's fair play. Fuck that guy up. But if they hit the ground and you just are like, ooh, they're not moving, that counts.
So there is no death here, right?
This one basically says no death, but as you read the last page, there's an addendum that says at the end of the day, a duel is a duel. Accidents can happen, and both contestants entering the arena must be extremely aware that you can and will be putting your life on the line, and things happen in the arena. There should be a healer available immediately in case a life-killing blow is dealt by accident. But incidents do happen. By the old rules, if you are killed dishonorably, you are permitted resurrection. If you lose and are killed from your injuries or cannot be healed or whatever happens, and the duel is considered honorable and upheld, and you die, you are not permitted resurrection. You're dead. In the terms for Monstre, your core is claimed by the winner, and your fate is then determined by the winner of the duel. That's if you are slain as a Monstre. If you are not, and you're able to walk out of the arena boundaries, like the arena floor, and then die, they can't claim your core.
Yeah.
So make sure, even if you're gonna die outside the arena.
Here's a question: is there anything forbidden?
Magic is forbidden. Skill only. It's
all right.
A martial duel. If you're gonna duel with magic, like casting spells like a mage would, go duel in the mage arena.
Got it.
passive effects, blessings of gods, and other class abilities that are unable to be deactivated or suppressed, unfortunately, will be allowed. And you
Got
know
it.
that the paladin absolutely has 3 or 4 things that they can't turn off.
Yeah.
Or claim they can't. Those
Understood.
things will absolutely fuck you up.
Mhm.
Like that pulsing wave.
Oh yeah. They're gonna claim that can't be turned off, and my response is gonna have to be, "Fuck you."
Yeah.
But
Oh.
they didn't. But there's no forbidden wandering techniques.
No, nothing is said about the wandering techniques except in the addendum.
Mhm.
Those who wander may find themselves in the arena. May we be blessed by what they have to teach us.
Got it.
Yeah.
Good to
The
know.
wanderers are here to open our eyes to what can and could be in the wide world. And those who witness and experience the duel should be honored to be exposed to such interesting things. There's actually, it's reverently said and supported for wandering. In the new rules, wandering techniques are forbidden. They are considered dishonorable techniques.
How interesting.
Yeah. Complete 180. Yeah. In the old rule book system, it goes by a structure system where both individuals are asked a series of preceding questions. Weapons. What do you both agree on as weapons? And then you both have to hash out are you using your personal weapons, are you using loner weapons, practice weapons, dulled edge? And you go down the itemized list of all the different parts. And it all just makes way too much sense, this old system. But it's brutal. How the duel is fought.
Mm-hmm.
The new system is all about skill. It's all about personal ability. And
Minus the
you're allowed
wandering
to bring
technique.
your own gear. Because, well, that's what you trained with, right?
Right. Got it.
Yeah. In the new rules, no life-threatening blows. But it specifically states in the addendums that Monstre have a monster core, and specifically attacks to the monster core is considered a lethal blow.
Mhm.
That's only attacks to the monster core are considered lethal. Every other attack is not considered lethal because it's not killing you.
Right.
So it severely disadvantages you in the new rules to fight. Can't use wandering techniques. Can't use lethal blows. You gotta pull back in case you hurt the person too badly.
Mhm.
Ring outs is not a loss. Ring outs is you gain points against the person. They're allowed to step back in. It's a point value to ring them out.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah.
Well, be a fun fight next session.
Can be, yeah.
Mhm. But he's just gonna rest and meditate.
Okay.
All I want to see right now is you repeatedly boot to the chesting the paladin out of the ring to win by repeated ring out.
Boot to the head.
You know?
Yeah.
But there's a big problem with the new rule set that could completely screw you.
The wandering techniques?
The fact that they have banned wandering techniques because nobody knows any and all wandering techniques, that means they have left it available for them to go, you lost because you used a technique we don't recognize, thus we're labeling it a wandering technique, thus you lose.
Exactly that.
Mhm.
It leaves the judge's discretion to label something wandering because it's not on Imperial record.
Yeah.
And they do have a record of wandering moves from the previous duels. So they've got a pretty big list. And
Yeah.
if it looks even similar to what they have, and they have it out for you, and you know they do, yeah, you have to get them to work by the old rules.
Yep. The only problem here is if we went by the new rules and I did a serious punch to their face, they'd be dead anyways.
Well, that wouldn't technically be a wandering technique, but it is a wandering technique. But none of these people have any records of inoffensa.
Yeah.
So you could just go, yah, yeet, and you hit them with normal punch! And then they get sent out of the arena, through the stands, through the retaining wall, through the next city block, into the factory, out the factory, into the residential district, beyond the residential district, into the graveyard, and where they meet a stone oubliette where they just smack against it, and it finally goes, I'm not budging!
No. I've got it. Char.
Hmm.
What you've got to do is precisely calculate landings. Okay? And then you serious punch them, or standard punch them into the air to where they fall like a meteor, destroying the warehouses.
Just yes.
I hit one guy, their weapon landed in one warehouse, exploding some very important equipment. They land in the other. Their shield lands in the third. That's a 3-for-1.
All right.
Yeah,
You know what the best part is? I'm going to be bringing my Nodachi into this.
They're probably going to go... You go to unsheath it a little bit, and they're all going to pee themselves and probably ask for normal weapon terms. Loner weapons.
No. You forget, though.
Oh, God, it's fucking...
It's
Unobtrusive.
Unobtrusive. Oh, no. They're probably going to go, something sus about this.
Yeah. Oh, God.
Accidents in the arena happen. You definitely need the old rules.
It'd be
I'm going to
worse.
use Omayo Mushindaru wandering technique. And you just resheathe the weapon. They're like, what's that? I've already killed you. All you did was resheathe the weapon. No.
It's just assure the safety of both combatants after the duel in the name of Kronos. If any ever die, I just reverse time 10 minutes.
I have a spell, actually, where I accidentally kill him. The spell is called IOU.
Well, guys, that's it for today's session. Thanks for playing.
Thanks for having us.
Something's afoot.
And it's my foot.
Up your ass.
All right. Peace, guys.
Peace.
Thanks for playing.
Bye.